in case they give things away.
Yeah. Now I find that too. Like sometimes I'll title my sessions based on what it's about, and then the players will completely do different things during the session or throw curveballs to the point where like that title just doesn't make sense anymore. I'm like, damn it, okay, I need to name it this now.
I just don't like giving anything away. I like fucking with them.
All right, cool.
One
Everybody,
thing to take.
make sure you share that Twitch, Cyberpunk Uncensored Twitch channel if you get a chance on Facebook, Twitter, anywhere else. We'll be live in about 15 seconds or so. Or
Sweet.
so.
I always fold it around my role playing committee or not committee community,
Nice.
and hopefully my friends at least spend it around.
Cyberpunk Uncensored.
Ooh, we're almost there. Here we go.
Hey.
Uh-oh. All right, we're live. Everybody can see you. GM Reservoir Panda. You can take it from here.
Awesome. Hello, everybody. Thank you for, as always, for coming to watch us play our silly little games. So tonight, as usual on Sunday, we will be playing Cyberpunk RED. Be warned, as you're probably aware by now, this game is a little bit on the mature side. I mean, we're not going to be too graphic about things, but there will be violence, there will be swearing, and there may be themes that could be upsetting to people. So yeah, just we're all adults.
Keep the kids away from the
Thank you very
screens.
much. Yeah, we don't let your 10-year-olds watch, or if you do, then just don't tell us that you're doing it. Thank you, as always, to Rob and Cyberpunk Uncensored for hosting us and for putting all this together. For all the fantastic sponsors, there's R.Talsorian Games, Roll20, many others. I think about Level Up Dice, Elderwood Academy, which in fact reminds me, there is something that arrived at my door a couple of days ago since we last played from as aforementioned Elderwood, and it is an awesome little dice box. It's a very cool piece of kit, which I've been patiently waiting for. After it was kindly, I didn't actually pay for this. This was because I'm not just a GM here at Cyberpunk Uncensored. I'm one of our viewers as well, and I happened to win this as a prize during one of Rob's live streams. So I've been eagerly awaiting it. It's very cool. Just show you inside.
Oh, very nice.
Wow. Nice.
Oh, it's cool, like a little book or something too, right? That's kind of neat.
Yes, I'm very happy with my winnings. So thank you doubly to Elderwood Academy for that. So yeah, I am Reservoir Panda, aka Matt. This is session 5, I think, officially, of our Choombas campaign in Cyberpunk RED. And we have been having some fun times. We'll have a recap in a little bit, but first let's go around and introduce people and their characters. So let's start. Let's start with Hijack. Who are you? Who's your character?
Hey there, everyone. I am Hijack, our net runner. Yeah, he's a little skittish, a little jumpy, but once you have proven that you're a good person, he's willing to trust you. And he seems to be running with some good people so far. The Eddies do not hurt either.
It's about to shove a bunch of dead people in a van.
Oh, well, those were bad people.
Yeah.
Yeah, morality is subjective.
Yeah.
And speaking of chopping up dead bodies, Plague. Who are you? What do you do? And who's your character?
Oh yes, I am totally the med tech that just happened to deal with the decomposing of these trash people. For public service.
Most certainly.
Okay. So yeah, players are medtech, aka Ripper Doc, turning out to be. So, and last but not least, we have Locke.
Hello, I'm Locke. I play tech. Been sent here from Hong Kong with a mission that we haven't quite figured out yet, as far at least the party. We haven't really just explored it very much, but recently we had rescued some AI, and I think last mission we kind of went along with the party here to clean out some poser gangs and things, and so we did a nice job of that, and looking forward to this session to see where we go from here.
Awesome. So when last we left off, we were just at the end of a bit of a combat-heavy session we'd had. Let's get to the right map and take a look where we left things. This may take a minute, just while we transfer over. There we go. So let me know when you guys can see that. So yeah, last time, in their very public-spirited fashion, our edge runners had decided that, much as they wanted to go and make some more money ahead of Mrs. Han's night market, which is coming up in just over a week and a half now, so they're running out of time if they want to make extra eddies for that, to snap up any goodies they might find. They decided that they had to go and deal with a more pressing threat to the local neighborhood, in the form of someone who was producing some rather nasty snuff materials, snuff brain dance recordings, which were being then peddled via this gang called the Highlanders, a poser gang in South Night City, working out of a ruined motel on the outskirts of the combat zone. So they decided that this took precedence over just making themselves more cash, and in their very public-spirited way, piled into their van and went. I think there was an attempt at subtlety. There was some talking to begin with.
Before
yeah,
all shit.
that lasted
Define
the whole.
talking to hijack.
Hey, I
Hey,
think
man.
you guys made it through maybe 20 whole seconds of conversation before the first person died. That's.
Well,
that's
to be fair,
progress.
he did pretty good. He did good dealing with those stupid Highlanders.
Hey, man, I was just
Yeah.
a distraction.
Yeah, there were distractions. There was a little bit of decking. There was lots going on, and ultimately they were victorious because at the end of the day, drugged up Choombas with some with a penchant for kilts and archaic weaponry. Not really that much good against a bunch of fully kitted out and prepped edge runner operatives. So yeah, that was a rather one-sided fight as it turned out. Note to self: dial up the combat. And they took themselves as well. They spared one of them for now, so they saved themselves a hostage to interrogate and try
That
and
and apparently
some-
avoid fences for your enemies.
Yes, indeed. There was. They can't take the whole credit for wiping out the gang because one of them did
Oh, shit.
pretty much kill himself. He did 90% of the work himself by twice failing to vault a fence with critical failures and face planting it into concrete, because that's just how the dice go. But yeah, they did get themselves a hostage who hopefully they're going to get some information out of. And they were left, when we finished, we were in the situation of combat was pretty much at an end. They were starting to take a look over the bodies and see if there was any cyberware to be had, any gear that they could grab before they pile out of there, because they know that although they've avoided the NCPD patrol times, there has just been a lot of rapid gunfire in the area, so chances are they've not got too long before someone comes to take a look at what the hell's going on. So, as we re-enter the scene, our intrepid heroes were, I think, in the process of gathering up corpses and loading them into their van. Am I right?
I don't know about that.
Yes, I believe that. But would it be good for a hijack to at least erase our tracks of us leaving now?
Oh, brother, we're good. I wrote a virus for that.
Oh,
Sweet.
good.
Hijack
Okay.
already. Hijack was very good on that point. He's covered your tracks. He's taken all the information that was potentially relevant on the motel's RATIL server, and has set the place to basically wipe itself clean. So we should be all good on that, you think?
We hope.
So I'll start. I'll just look around and start grabbing some of the weapons and things to put in to the back of the car, or the back of the van. Might as well take what we can. I'm gonna say if Mrs. Hound has a night market coming up, maybe we can find a way to get these off of her hands, or at least help her out with a little bit more stock in case we need it later.
Yeah, cool. I'm not gonna micromanage this. If you guys want to
Totally
take
agree with that.
the gear and the bodies, I mean, you've not got time to start chopping bodies up and just taking the wear with you. So as long as you're good with piling in, I think you have like 8 corpses or something.
I'm
into
not.
the van that you've got to ride home with.
Yeah, if somebody wants to do that, then we can RP that out. But I mean, I'm not going to take any bodies and start putting them in the back of the van.
I would assume I'd taken the bodies, toss it in the bag, so we can at least rip out the stuff out of it.
Yeah,
Not
hijack.
where it's
Hijack helps leg
hot
out.
spot for cat.
I would be like, "Whoa, guys, what are you doing? You get blown
I'm getting
over
the
the back
feet.
of the van."
I'm getting the feet, and he's getting the shoulders.
Oh God, you're just gonna pile in with a bunch of corpses in the back of the van. What are we now? Is this some kind of meat market? Is that what we do?
No, there's
Hey,
there's
you
good
guys
people
ain't
who could
using
use this cyberware. We're good people.
Exactly.
You're freaking
Okay,
humanitarians. That's what you are.
So, well, I mean, I call shotgun then. You guys can sit here in the back. Fuck.
Sure, you can
kinda
have the
just,
shot.
Good choice. Good
just gonna
choice.
shake my head and kind of chuckle, but yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna make. You've made the decision, so I'm not gonna make you go through how long it takes you to trek back and forth and collect all the bodies. We'll just say that you're able to get that in the time that you have available. Just as you're starting to load up the last of them, bearing in mind you've also got your prisoner there as well, you do start to hear the distant sound of sirens. Because
Time to
gunfire
go.
attracts attention.
All right.
Yup,
our song.
jump inside.
Yeah, you pretty much have everything you need, so there's no real drama to it. You load up, smack the back of the van, salvo peels off, and then sort of slows to a leisurely 5 miles below the speed limit type of thing. Just saunters away from the scene, and you're a good quarter of a mile away by the time that you see a couple of NCPD cruisers going twice your speed in the opposite direction towards where you just came from. So nice, clean getaway there. Now, where is the first place you're heading? Because I'll give you this for free. No one has to roll for this. You do not think Mrs. Hahn would be happy if you turned up back at the apartment with a pile of corpses.
Yeah, no shit.
No,
I think
no,
we're
no, we're not gonna do that.
we got a warehouse for that.
Oh my God. Yeah, we do.
You do indeed,
got-
and there's drainage in the floor and everything.
Oh God. I didn't even break out the hose. You guys are fucking cleaning up.
Sure.
Yeah, so I
I'm
guess we'll
used
head
to
back
it
to the
every
warehouse
single
then.
day.
Okay, so you head to the warehouse, which you've made a deal with Mrs. Hand that you can essentially keep using that for the time being. If she needs it for anything else, then she'll work out a deal with you at that time. But for the time being, she's not using it, so she's not charging you for it. You've done a couple of things that she's asked of you and made her some pretty pennies out of it. Um, you make your way to this warehouse. It's not really supposed to be a garage, but it's quite a big sort of storage unit with a roll front door on it, as well as a normal sort of 6'6" people sized door. You back the van in, and what are you doing? You don't have much in the warehouse at the minute. It's pretty much an empty space with a concrete floor, drainage in the floor. There's high windows, so at least you don't have to worry about people sort of looking in from street level. But other than that, you've got lighting, you've got electrical points, you've got nothing else in there. So what are you doing with your?
I'm gonna tell you guys I'll catch you
your
later,
bodies?
and I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna go and get some noodles somewhere or something while they do their thing. I don't really think my guy would want to hang around a bunch of bodies getting chopped up or something. I mean, this is Cyberpunk RED, but I'm trying to think of how my character would handle that. I mean, I think he's used to that kind of
Oh,
thing,
it's
but
to be fair, that's a good one.
I don't know. Like,
Yeah,
how
I think
common is this? Do
Absolutely
people just like?
legitimate, dude. You don't have to justify your character not being okay with the butchery of other human beings. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's got a nice shiny cyber arm or something in your combat and you slice it off, you take it with you, I can see it. But just hacking up a bunch of dead corpses and taking out eyes and who knows what else is just a little bit too far for me, I think. So yeah, I'll go get some noodles and let you guys have at it.
I
Well,
think
to be
I'll.
fair, Black Plague uses this as a great intimidation tactic because the guy's not going to basically talk unless I show up. Okay, you don't talk. This is what's going to happen to you, along with all your buddies, as he would explain it.
I think I would
Okay.
look at Plague and just be like, "Do you got a contact to come help with all this kind of shit? I have no clue what this Ripper Doc shit. I'm not very helpful.
Oh,
I don't mind helping stacking bodies in, but you're gonna need some tarps, equipment for all this shit."
oh, don't worry. I
Some
know at
bleach.
least the person who will take the bodies afterwards.
Right. I assumed you'd have somebody. That's why I was all right
Old
with the whole
workplace.
thing. So why
Yeah,
don't you
that's
call up
someone
your
that
contacts, get them out here, and I think we need to do some interrogating.
Okay,
do you have any particular plans for the interrogation while you're at that? Are you leaving this guy just roaming free? What are you doing?
Black Plague? No, he has
No.
no interrogations.
We're gonna tie this guy up for sure. Probably to that empty steam pipe in the corner.
Easily doable.
And then, are there still any tools from our time fixing up the van for the Nomad?
I'm gonna say that probably between
My tools are in the bag
it,
in the van. So I got a
I don't.
multi-tool in there with my saws and shit like that.
I don't want to use.
if you
I don't want to use. I don't want to use our text tools without permission. That'd be a little rude. So I think he'd just grab his pistol and just kind of sit with the guy. I'm assuming he's knocked out
You have
still, right? Or is
You have a
he?
battle axe, right? You chop up some people with that battle axe.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
got some.
yeah, there's like a claymore. Like, holy crap! They have a lot of weapons that they have for us.
there are plenty of cutting implements if you want them.
Sounds
If
good.
you want, you can go into Black Plague's medical kit.
So I think I would mostly try to keep him quiet until Black Plague starts doing his Ripper Doc routine, and then once the extractions start, I think then Hijack would look at this guy and be like, "All right, buddy. So we're gonna do some talking now, I think."
And he is quite openly practically shitting himself. There's there's an extent to which most booster gangers will put a brave face on things, but this guy is watching. You're speaking to him while in the background, your friend is chopping up his former pals into bite-sized pieces and stripping out their expensive parts. So yeah, he's quite forthcoming. So what do you want to know? Oh fucking hell!
It's like, oops, I messed up on one of them. It's like, oh damn it, I hit the wrong artery.
A little bit of blood just sprays across the room.
Well, they're dead. You don't have to deal with spray. It's fine.
So Hijack's just looking at him. He still got his face covering on. He just gets real close, puts his pistol up to his jaw, and he's like, "Now listen, bud. You guys feel real shitbag in these BD. Well, we haven't watched them, but we know what's on them. We want to fucking know about this character you guys seem fit to do business with."
Oh, right. That guy. Fucking hell. Yeah. What do you want to know? He's not one of us.
I don't give a fuck if he's one of you or not. You're working with him. That's well enough for me.
No,
here's
no.
what we're gonna do.
We don't work with him. He fucking turns up out the blue.
Hijack's just gonna pistol whip him while he's in the middle of talking. Listen, bud.
He shuts up.
You'll talk when I want you to talk, all right? And when it is, it's only gonna be what I want to hear. How are we gonna contact this guy? Where does he make these drops? What does he do to get in touch with you guys?
He's looking at you with like a mixture of blood and saliva sort of falling out the side of his mouth, and he's not very bright. He's now waiting for you, even though you've just asked him a direct question. He's waiting for permission to answer.
Very good. Now you can answer.
I don't know who he is. He doesn't like, we don't have his name or nothing. He's just he turns up when he turns up. I don't fucking know. He comes, like, sometimes it's maybe once, twice a week. Sometimes, it might be 2-3 weeks before we see him. He turns up, he goes to Jones, he gives in the eddies, and he gets the BD from him.
Right.
What can I tell you?
How can we facilitate this meeting? Where I want to find this guy. You're gonna help me find this guy.
I don't know nothing about him.
I don't need to know anything about him. I just need to know where we can meet him. Where does he make his drops?
He comes to us. He comes to the motel.
Perfect. See, look, this is going quite swell, I think. And then Hijack's just gonna put around in his foot.
What the fuck? You bastard mother! No, what? I told you. What more do you want?
How often does he make his drops? You said it 2 times a week is sometimes his frequency, but how often between drops? Is it really every couple weeks, or are you shitting with him?
It's sometimes 2 in a week. It's sometimes not. He doesn't turn up for 2-3 weeks. I just fucking told you. What? Wait, why did I tell you shit if you just shot me in the foot?
I wanted to fucking make sure you were being honest, buddy. Now I know you're being honest.
You're chopping up my pals. What more do you want?
When was the last time he made a drop?
I don't fucking know. Like maybe a week, maybe a week and a half. I don't deal with it. He just shows up, fucking stinking of shit, and with his daft frickin' mask on, so we kind of see who he is. And he gives Jones the recording, and he gets the money, and he fucks off again. I didn't have his diary.
Hijack's just gonna stare at him for a long time behind those mirror goggles, saying nothing. And he's gonna look over. I assume our solo is probably still hanging around, and I'm gonna look over to him and just be like, "Is there anything you want to say?" Kind of.
Kyle's just sort of walking a perimeter of the warehouse, and he looks over, gives a menacing glare at the guy, meaningfully racks the bolt on his assault rifle completely pointlessly, but just to a little bit of theatre.
Right.
Shakes his head and continues walking.
At this point, Hijack's gonna assume that this guy's given them all he pretty much has, so he's gonna be like, "Thank you very much. You were so helpful. I'm gonna let you go now."
Great. If there's
No, wait.
anything,
I'm gonna let you go to hell, and then he's gonna just put one right there.
And down he goes. That's obviously not something we roll for. He's chained up. You put one through the skull. So yeah, you have some information. You know that he turns up rather randomly from their point of view. There doesn't seem to be a set schedule to it. Varies. From what he knew, they didn't get any prior warning. So yeah, that's the info you have.
Hijack's gonna look at the crew who's still present and just be like, probably gonna have to set up a sting of some kind. Maybe some kind of stakeout. I don't know. We're probably gonna have to wait till the heat dies down on that place, obviously. So I doubt the guy's gonna show up in the next week or so. But
yeah, give me either of you that are there, give me a streetwise check. For higher since
streetwise. Where are you at? Oh man, I got nothing for it. There we go. 15.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. You think that there's a strong possibility, unless this guy is completely cut off from events in the combat zone, which appears to be where he's operating in. He doesn't seem to be going outside of Southnet City. There's a fair chance that someone wiping out an entire booster gang, like a little scuffle and a couple of deaths, such as happened in the same location a couple of weeks earlier, completely unconnected to anybody here present. That can sort of go by the by. There might be a quick passing investigation, but no one looks too hard at it. An entire gang getting wiped off the face of the earth. News probably gets out. So you think you can set up a sting if that's what you want to do, but just giving you fair warning, you don't know whether or not you would hear about it and go looking for new channels rather than risk coming back.
Yeah, I think Hijack would probably just like at the very least he would know like we definitely just kind of blew that fucking spot for him because I mean we took out all of his contacts basically. So yeah, he would be confident that that guy's not going to be heading that way anytime soon.
True. Wait, we could totally spread a rumor that a rival gang of theirs just wipe them out.
I mean, I suppose if you want to try through your contacts, maybe I can try and get some kind of social media thing, rumor going or something. I don't know, but that could be
Yeah.
a route.
You guys could absolutely do that. There's nothing
I don't
wrong with
know.
that. If you think there's some attention to deflect, it wouldn't necessarily solve. Whoever did the wiping out doesn't necessarily solve the issue of if he's
Where
heard
he's
about it,
no,
he
100%.
may not come
Yeah.
back. It is worth noting that Trauma, Plague, while you're sorting out the bodies, I presume the first thing that you do is sort of go through, pat them down, sort out all their equipment and
Oh yeah.
saleable stuff. Again, I'm not going to go through. I gave you the list in the Discord so that we don't have to bore everybody by going through everything that a bunch of dirty, scruffy booster gangers had on their persons. So you've got all that for later reference. There is some cash in there, not very much. Also of note is there are a few more, about a dozen more braindance chips between them. One has a
Hey,
few,
this is
and
some
one has a
stuff
couple.
for little Timmy. He's better with this
Well,
stuff than me. I don't care for
was it-
brain dance.
Wasn't two of them? Aren't they a little bit more of the advanced kind too of this guy that we're looking for? Was that in your note, Panda?
If you want to take a look at them, then you do find that two of them were from the same source that you're looking for.
Okay. Yeah, I think he obviously wouldn't like look at the material on them, but he would check out the metadata on those BDs. Whatever's
Yeah.
present. Probably, I'm sure he scrubbed the geotag or something like that, but kind of timestamps or data like that.
Yeah, you notice them, and they do stand out because they are more thoroughly sort of sanitized than any of the others. There is no data about location or anything. Timestamps are on there, and one of those timestamps is from just over 2 weeks ago, and one is from 8 days ago.
Okay.
And you know that you were told the last time the guy visited was between sort of a week and a half ago.
Plague, you know any other gangs in that area that this guy might try to seek out? Bring this kind of shit to?
What was the other gang that was the rivals of the Highlanders? I forget what was inside the season 1 that you mentioned. I mean, season 1. Yes. Panda.
There are a few. There aren't that many gangs that deal in this specific stuff. That's how you got to the Highlanders, because most people avoid this kind of thing at street level because it's very dangerous. This is the sort of material that generally only gets passed around at higher levels. Like it doesn't go around on the street because that's just too dangerous. It tends to be the sickos up in corporate offices that might be ordering this kind of material because they can do things through channels that appear perfectly normal. Whereas if you're caught out on the street with it, you'll get serious flack for it.
But I remember that you said there was a air quotes rival gang that we were trying to get ourselves in. It's like, well, okay, fine. We'll just go to that group because they will actually give us more information. It's like, whoa, easy now. We'll let you go and see the boss. It's like, I forgot what I didn't write it down, sadly.
I don't know. That gang
Well,
that gang doesn't seem like they're really into this kind of BD shit here.
Yeah,
Why don't you ring up Timmy and see if he knows other kind of people who would be interested in level of smut?
Yeah, I'd give little Timmy a call along with
Sure.
I'd probably give Trance a call to find out what new gigs she's doing for her job that
So
might
you done chopping
correlate
up the
with
bodies
that.
then, medic?
Oh yes.
Okay, so I imagine I would probably wander back then at some point, having finished my noodles or whatever.
Hijack's hosing brain off the wall.
Oh, God.
Yeah, you've been out for quite a while. I presume this is sort of a preliminary thing, and then you will like clean them up later, and you're just sort of detaching the main parts from the bodies.
Oh yeah. I would probably give this guy named, I just picked the randomest name that comes to my head, Carl from Biotechnical, to say, hey, would you like some freshly disposable bodies that you could totally do as much experiments onto? Just give me an address so I can drop them off.
Uh, yeah, you don't have a specific contact who just takes unhealthy, random, dismembered bodies that I'm aware of. So that's something you're going to have to find a way to deal with.
Fair enough. I just thought I might as well get that joke out of my system now.
I
So
figured
yeah,
we were just gonna dump him off the pier.
Yeah, we do a rear right on the side of a pier.
Either way's worse with me.
you can do that if you wish. I leave these things in your hands.
At least chop them up a little bit first. Put them in garbage bags. We need to get ourselves a boat. It's gonna be like Dexter and just drive them out on the boat and drop them off.
We're in the combat zone. It's all right. We're just going chum fishing.
Hey, there's still radiation kicking around. There might be some interesting fish that would make short work of anything that's dumped into those waters. Yep, if you get whatever you guys choose, if you're looking at getting rid of them that way,
Yeah,
ahead.
I would assume that I would say that Hijack's like, yeah, let's just go dump these fuckers. You give Timmy a ring, see if he knows any shit, and we're gonna try and figure out where this guy's next move would be to, because we need to be there before him. We need to get a step ahead of him.
We also have, now that we
Yeah.
have some brain dance chips from this guy that haven't been released yet. Why don't maybe we can use this with the media and do some kind of story to try to get that bounty to go up. We talked about that before.
Yeah, that's definitely a smart plan.
And we can either do it, you can do it now or once we get the guy, because I don't know if it's going to do it now, or is it going to make him go underground more if he all of a sudden gets some kind of notoriety, or is it actually going to want to make sell more because his chips are going to be worth more?
I think that's the roll of the dice right there. I'm not sure we can assume, just knowing what we know of this guy. I mean, he seems pretty flighty. He's careful enough to not show his face, but also brazen enough to make sure his tattoos are always visible. So I don't know, maybe this guy enjoys the notoriety.
He gets off on the whole thing, and he wants people to watch because he records it all. So, I mean, maybe more
Got any
viewers would
contacts in the
excite him.
media?
I don't, but I mean, I'm sure we could probably find somebody, maybe Mrs. Han.
No Rocker Boy yet.
Well, Rocker Boy might know some media people if you happen to know a Rocker Boy, because they roll with the media all the time for stuff. So,
Well, technically Rocker Girl.
I'm not sure that's necessarily the route we want to take. That seems like one too many channels to jump through.
Look, just throwing it out there, you can bring it up or not. I think it may be a while back now, but you did have someone maybe mention that to you in the past as that there's not immediate that you necessarily know, but there is one that's been mentioned as quite effective in their digging into stories to you.
Someone's mentioned that. So if I have immediate contact, yeah, I'll.
You don't necessarily have the contact. You were given the name of someone who's been looking into something, and who seems to you looked them up a little bit, and they seem to be on the decent end of investigative reporting.
Okay. Well, maybe they actually might be able to figure out what this guy is too. So I'll mention that. So I'll say there is a guy that I heard of. He seems to be able to get to the bottom of things. Maybe actually have a lead on where we can find this guy too. But I'll bring some. Maybe we'll do some stuff on the brain dance and see if he can help us maybe track down possible locations this guy might be. That might be worth a look. I mean, do we have any other leads to follow up on trying to track this guy down?
Right now, no.
Okay, so I'll take a look at that too then.
Cool. Well, I think the first thing that was on your list, if correct me if I'm wrong, was little Timmy and having him come and have a look at the materials. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Cool. Well, he can get there quite. Salvo goes and picks him up rather than him making his way to you on his. He's very proud of his new legs that he has now had fitted. But
Looking good.
He's still getting used to them. So yeah, Salvo goes and grabs him and brings him around. He takes a look at the chips in question because you guys, understandably, don't really want to view those materials. Let's see what his expert eyes see. Okay. So Timmy sits there for probably a good hour and a half, going through. He goes through the dozen chips that we have, and then sort of scrolls through a few of them, and then concentrates on two of them and pretty much watches them end to end. And you can see, and it's plain the distaste on his face as he's sitting through this stuff. Like, even though he deals in it, it's not something that he does by choice. So he's very uncomfortable watching it, but he's doing it because you guys have asked and because he wants to help. So he finishes, unslots the chip, and turns around and says, well, Govs, it's more of the same, I'm afraid. I can't really tell you much more about the bloke. It's definitely the same person. Same sort of details. Only thing that jumped out at me was you said that the timestamp on one of these chips was what, 8 days ago, and that you think they've been dropped off somewhere, just after that. Well, since you mention it, it occurs to me that one of the old lot that we still have, that we've got to decide what to do with, that was filmed about 8 hours before we went and picked him up, and you did what you did with those guys the first time round. So it seems like he may be dropping off his materials as soon as they're done. I don't know what use that is to you. Just saying. It seems like if we, I mean, I don't want to tell you guys how to do your jobs, but if we're waiting for him to come and sell something else, then chances are he's going to be he's going to have done it again in order to do that. He's not saving these things up and then selling them in bulk. He's doing them and then going and passing them out straight away.
Well, thanks for your help, Timmy.
Sorry, I couldn't work more out.
No, it's okay. Sorry you had to look at that shit, man. I know it's uncomfortable.
I mean, I tried to pick out some details, and he's been he flicks over a file to you, Jack, and so I tried to pick out what details I could to see if we could identify the people involved, because I know you said you'd been on those message boards about missing kids. So I don't know whether that might help at all. So basically, he's given you some information which may or may not be able to tie them into specific victims on these message boards that you're looking at, where the bounty was being offered and where details were being shared about these crimes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess he would definitely then try to cross-reference that with forum data.
Okay, give me some sort of. Are you doing it from a? Are you doing this from a sort of hacky decky perspective, or just a matching information up perspective? So basically, interface role or library search, your choice.
Let's go with a library search. That seems to make most sense here.
Shoot.
And that is a 21.
Very nice. Okay, taking what Timmy has just said, you're able to start piecing a little more together about this guy's pattern. It seems like Timmy has definitely hit on something, that the timestamps you can match up with the Braindance recordings do relate to when the crimes have actually happened. So it's not a delayed release. It's literally within hours of it happening. The things have been out there on the streets. Also, you note something a little strange. It's not something you'd sort of think of in isolation, but I think you've got 5 examples now. And you notice that in 3 of those 5 examples, because people have there are memorial boards and things up on the garden, you notice that in 3 of those 5 examples, the kids' traits don't seem to match the parents, whether it's ethnicity, whether it's like hair and eye color. But yeah, in 3 out of 5 of them, you're looking at them and going, that doesn't look like you wouldn't pick that kid as being theirs. And on a hunch, you do then do a bit more of a search. You've been ignoring a lot of the text that was there because a lot of it's very over dramatic and not really providing any realistic or useful information. It's very inaccurate, as people tend to be when they're emotional. But from what you can tell, you think that in each of those 3 cases, the kids involved were not biologically related to the parents. They were all adopted.
Hijack would share that information. He's, I don't know how useful this is just yet, but there is a pattern here. It looks like all the victims were adopted, so we can try maybe extrapolate that information somehow within known area operation and maybe try and
Right, so-
find out who's making adoptions in that area.
Or even who, I mean, like, where do we know where these kids have been like, do we know where these people have now shown up missing? I mean, can we chart it out and see if there's a pattern, and then maybe
I
think of where this
not last episode, 2 episodes ago, I think Panda told us that we have determined that he's operating at least within like a 5x5 block type situation. I think I can't remember for sure though.
Find out if all
Yeah,
three.
the
first.
3 examples that you already had were within quite a tight area of one another. They were all within South Night City, and they were all within sort of a 5x5 block area. The other 2 added to it do widen the area a little, but it's still relatively clustered. When you're looking at the location data, anyone give me either a library search or a deduction, anyone who cares to take a look at it.
I'm gonna spend 2 luck out of this. So 16.
You've accidentally rolled twice, so it's actually a 1.
Oof.
Oh.
Oh man.
Curse
don't
you,
know why
cell
it does
phone.
that by
How
you,
dare you
but
do
roll
this?
But it's okay. There are other people looking at it as well.
Yeah, Hijack will give it a shot.
There we go. Other end of the scale. Nice. Okay. Right. Between the 2 of you, it becomes apparent that there are certain shared characteristics in the areas that have been targeted. So all of these locations seem to have been selected because they have outside access to the buildings, so they have fire escapes essentially, which sounds like a common thing, but in Night City, health and safety is a thing of the past. So they actually have intact fire escapes, and that seems to be how he's accessing the buildings. And in every case, the alley that it backs onto, or one of the ones adjoining, has sewer access there. And it also, you suddenly link that to maybe it wasn't a passing comment when your little hostage mentioned that the guy smelled like absolute shit. You think he might know how he's getting around and why he's not on more pictures that you're looking at.
I think Hijack would probably put the 2 and 2 together with the sewers and the smelling like shit because he was there for the interview, and I'd assume that Locke was probably like mentioning, "Oh yeah, and look, all these buildings have fire escapes." So putting those 2 together, I think we've got like a better chance at maybe locking down potential spots he might be trying to hit.
Anywhere that has a sewage and fire
also a kid that may be someone who's an adopted kid in residence. Can we just kind of pull up in that area and a little bit outside of it, what houses would fit that bill between having a fire escape and sewer access and an adopted child as well?
Better question is, are all these kids connected? from the same orphanage? Because if so,
It's a good point. We
we
can look at
can
that
maybe
too.
narrow it down that way even more.
But yeah, again, if you want to sort of split the workload, if some of you want to look into maybe you can get maps, but getting accurate maps which show things like details like fire escapes and sewer system access. So I'll need a library searcher there, and if Jack, you're probably best positioned to do it. If you want to take a look into some of the individual records, see if you can find out specifically where, like maybe where these kids were adopted from. Give me an interface check, because essentially just a quick shorthand for that's how you do most of your decking. Yeah, you're able to get into the social media pages of a couple of these deceased parents and find out that actually in both those two cases, there if you dig back far enough, you can find posts relating to the day that they signed their papers to get their child, and in both cases it was Sunny Meadows Orphanage that the child came from.
He shared that info. Hey guys, I found a little something interesting here on some of these social media pages here. It seems like all the kids are being adopted from Sunny Meadows. I mean, I guess I can't say all the kids, but at least the two examples I found so far were both from Sunny Meadows, so that may be worth looking into. I mean, to be honest, I don't know how many orphanages are around, but that's at least one that we should look at.
Resident Panda, question: Who's the most likely corporate or whatever government people would be owning that one? Because Black Plague is was a, I forget what it's called, but he had to go through the orphanage as well. So
Yeah, orphanages are actually surprisingly common, but they're not generally completely altruistic. They tend to be run by individual corporations, and they do
Black
it
Plague,
as
he was
a
by attack.
charity endeavor, but really it's essentially indoctrination from birth. Those kids are brought up as part of the company, and they are a company investment, and they're an asset. And once they get to a certain age, they become productive members of the corporation. But this is, if you're asking whether this was the orphanage that you grew up in, no, it was not.
Okay, good.
In fact, a quick search before you get into anything else, Jack. A quick search reveals that Sunny Meadows was shut down. It's been closed down for about 3 years now.
Well,
There were rumors of some form of scandal or something around it, and it's the corporate sponsors pulled their backing from it. And in fact, you find weirdly, there's no mention of who those sponsors are. So whatever the trouble was, they've clearly gone to great effort to suddenly have their name disassociated with the place.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that little bit he'd probably just keep to himself. It's not really relevant at this moment, unless they, specifically ask. He'd look over at the others and be like, "Have you luck on your guys' ends?"
So looking for these houses that would match it, possibly. Let's see, library search, I guess. Ooh, Probably not. That. What's this? All these zeros I have in. Oh, because it's my. I don't have any skills.
17. I don't know. Do I get something?
Yeah, Locke, you're sort of coming up dry. You come up with maps, but they're sort of old official maps, which don't really relate to the state of South Night City as it stands currently. And Plague, you're able to. It's sort of a mix of your streetwise knowledge as well, that you kind of sites where people keep these things more updated. They're not so official and neat and well formatted, but what they are is up to date and have the accurate information. And they're largely used by anyone from gangs to military contractors to runners like yourselves who are looking to get around South Night City without either to get to a specific place or to get from point to point without treading on too many toes. There are even ones that sort of unofficially mark out gang territories, but that's very changeable. You wouldn't put any faith in those because those things can change day to day. I mean, there was a territory on the western edge of South Night City which was claimed by the Highlanders up until say today.
Well, as long as none of them in as long as none of them are in Little Italy, I don't care as much enough about it. But like, oh yeah, I got this information here. Huge Garrett.
You can narrow it down. There are a few key blocks which fit your characteristics, so you can definitely narrow down the area that these things are likely to be happening. And you notice that when you sort of build these parameters into your search, then the location of every one of these currently reported incidents falls within your search, so you're fairly confident that you've narrowed it down. Unfortunately, it's still quite a number of blocks. Jack, since you're on the orphanage thread, I know I'm asking for multiple roles, but it's just to sort of get to the next stage.
Yeah.
Do you want to give me another either library search or interface, your call, to see if you can, because you think there may be a connection there, but you probably need to do more digging if you're going to have get some sort of list to cross-reference.
Okay.
So you find the defunct webpage for Sunny Meadows Orphanage. Obviously, there's no current data on there. It doesn't actually say the place is closed down. It's still it was just left in place whenever the doors were closed. It was just left sitting there, a ghost page. You're able to get in, and you can see, while you can't get access to a full sort of list of who they might have adopted, that's a bit more further in. You'd probably have to access that. You'd have to access the
physically
server
head
itself.
to the Sunny Meadows. Yeah.
But you can get access to their booking system and the appointments that they had for the last 2 years, which were stored because everything was done through their website. So you can see a list of appointments, and it has details of the almost invariably couples, but sometimes individuals, but the people who are making those appointments, along with their contact details and addresses. And with that, you can see that every one of these
known victims,
was on that list.
Okay.
And you can also identify another 3 that are on that list that fit Plague's criteria, that the map that he was able to draw up, but that nothing's been reported from.
Shit. So he would just kind of point out those 3 locations on the map, be like, got 3 locations here that are fitting all of our criteria. There's been nothing reported at any of them so far, so there hasn't struck there yet, or it hasn't been discovered that he's bots. So I'd say after we clean up here, we should go inspect spots, see what we can find, maybe.
I think that sounds good. Given the his pattern, is it that he's going to kill again, or is he already killed recently? That's what I was.
It was about a little over a week ago, like 8 days ago or so, that he seemingly last operated.
Yeah. You don't necessarily know when he's going to do it. It seems to be that he's not necessarily operating to a strict schedule. It might be a matter of
when he does.
He might be being careful. It might be opportunity, or it might be.
I would say it's probably that it's convenient moment-wise. Like, oh, you know what? I'm in this general area. I'll go there.
But you did get that indicator that it's not a good idea to try and stake out and wait to see if he turns up with another chip, because if he turns up with another chip, that means he's done it again. He's delivering them pretty much straight after the deed is done.
I think.
We got.
Go on.
Go ahead. No, go for it, man.
I was gonna say, I think the hotel is probably gonna be a little bit of a. But oh, hey, I'm the GM. All right, Eddie's for everyone. No. I would say that this hotel's probably a dead end. We just torched that fucking place. Even if he's not striking today and right now, then he's got to know that some shit just went down there. I mean,
so will we split up then, and each of us take a place? They're not that far away, so then we can just all 3 of us take a place, have whatever one is the most likely. Basically have the van somewhere or whatever, and then if we see shit going down, we could just let everybody know, and then everyone else pile into the van and get over there. Trying to think of how we can. I mean, because there's 3 places, there's 3 of us, so we roll the dice on one spot and we're wrong, then we're out of luck. So
yeah, I think that's probably our best option right now, is to go split up. Let's go stake out these 3 locations and stay on the horn.
We could do that, or actually, you did say there the 3 places, correct? That these are possible places where he could hit, correct?
Yeah, you've identified 3 that fall into both they're on that appointment list, and at the same time they fit into the areas you identified as matching the geographical features that seem to link these cases.
Black Plague would most likely want to give Axe Huntress. Would it be possible to at least get some NCPD assistance? But then again, that's a bad.
Hijack would look at Plague and be like, please don't call your NCPD lady. I don't like cops.
We're getting this guy. There's a bounty out for him. We're taking, so we don't need the police telling us how we can.
I don't want to be going in. I want to deal with this bastard, but I don't want to get in a physical fight, because we already know how well I go in fight. I got shot twice.
That's why you're supposed to call the rest of the team, and then we'll come and help you out if it happens to be
call
you.
For backup.
Yeah, okay, that works.
And if you're really worried, man, take the solo with you.
Sure. I'll totally take the solo with me.
If you want to have Hyle watch you back, then that's fine. We can do that.
I'm good with that.
All right, I think it's a plan then.
Okay,
So
so you can
Panda,
go
to clarify, we decided that we're gonna split up and all stake out these 3 buildings, and just kind of keep an eye, see if anything's going on or has gone on after we clean up, obviously.
Yeah, I'm going to ask everyone too, just to wear, try to wear a ski mask or things like that, so this kid can't identify you, because obviously, if the kid's, hopefully the kid will still be alive, but we don't need anyone tracing it back to us.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever mentioned it the first session, but every time you've seen Hijack, he's wearing a little face covering, like a little half balaclava, just keeping everything serious.
It is worth noting that since the air quality is so bad in Night City, then having some kind of gas mask or rebreather is entirely common anyway. So that's something that's easy to get away with when it comes to
I've been
your ID.
basically claiming as my armor headgear is basically the actual legit plague masks from the old ancient time.
Yeah, like a plague doctor.
Yeah, the plague doctor. So he's wearing that as his headgear of, yeah. The only time I didn't wear it was last session, where it's like, yeah, no, totally groom my hair to make myself look like a total different person.
So Hijack, if you want to take the van with you, I can hold my own, at least for a little bit, possibly. So, between you and having you two teamed up, and then having our medic teamed up, and then if I'm on my own, I think that's should be okay. And obviously, we'll just call to get people to help us out the best that we can.
Yeah, cool.
All right.
So you want to set up on those places and stake them out.
Yeah.
We will say it's fairly easy enough for you to do that. So working rounds, Lock, you have uh, you have a nice little place. Looks like a studio apartment to look over. You're aware that there's a relatively young couple living there, and that they seem to have made their adoption within the last 6 months that the place was open. So that was 3.5 years ago. So the kid's probably still relatively young there. Uh, Never mind, probably. You get set up. You can find a. What are you looking for? Because there's not really any properties to rent there. And best bet, if you want a view on the place, is either across the street, like on an opposing rooftop, but that presents challenges if you do see something going down, or in the alleyway itself. Those are your two realistic vantage points, unless you want to get inventive. I'm open to other ideas.
Is there a next door place to this? I mean, you got the building. Does it have a next door place that I can look in at this alleyway? Because in the alleyway, I would think there's 2 buildings if it's an alley.
Yep, there are 2 buildings. Let me take a look. What's your luck?
My luck is let's see. Is 4.
As it happens, in the next block over on this alley. Well, it's actually it's the block behind. that it shares the alleyway with. There is on the ground floor a vacant apartment, which, given your skills, I'm not going to make you roll for it. The security in this area is very low, so you can easily make your way into and set yourself up in there. So you've got a view out onto the alleyway. Who knows how they haven't managed to get this apartment rented out? It looks out onto a disgusting, rubbish-strewn, rat-ridden alleyway. Lovely.
Yeah.
In the combat zone.
Okay. All right. So I'll hang out there.
Cool.
I got my duct tape.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe be there for a while. And let's see. Next along, Plague. You're actually going to. It's a. You're down on the waterfront. So it's sort of outside your initial parameters, because it doesn't have a fire escape per se. It's a container, but it is accessible from essentially because it's ground level. It's accessible from outside, from an uncovered alley, and that's the main criteria you were looking for. So yeah, those containers are. It's easy enough to find one to rent if you want, or do you have another solution that you wanna take out?
My only question is it possible I can use my grappling hook to get up to where I need to?
Yeah, if you want to use your grappling hook, get up on top of some containers and set up a camp up there, you can do that.
That's basically what I would do, and totally help make the solo go up first, because I don't know if I can lift him up.
No, that's cool. Yeah, Heil is in his typical sort of stoic and gruff, no nonsense style. Is just, yeah, I can do this, and he heads straight up there, whips out a little mono line with attached grappling hook, chucks it up there, scrambles straight up the thing, and by the time that you follow him up a few seconds later, he's already unpacking from his pack. He's got like a super thin tarp, which he's setting up into a low bivouac thing, basically like a sniper's cubby that he's setting up for the two of you up there. You're going to get very cozy, but at least you'll be warm and dry.
Hey, I do like being warm and dry.
He just informed you that you do know now we're in a sniper's nest, then standard rules apply, so we do not move from here until our target is caught and neutralized. So that means you need to go shit, you need to go piss, you do it right here.
Yeah, I hope you brought a Gatorade bottle.
Yes, I have those tools for odd moments of operation on people who cannot move.
Hey, yeah, you're a medic. If you want to catheterize yourself and stick in a colostomy bag, then go for it, dude.
Boy.
No roll required. I will say you have the skills to do that. That's a commitment right there.
Well, I am in the bird's nest, so yes, I kind of am screwed here.
Okay.
Sounds like you're set up, brother.
So yeah, you're set up a couple of containers over and 3 levels up, but you're on top of a vacant container. So even if you do sort of move around a little, you're not worried about sending noise into the container below and anyone being alerted to your presence. So you're pretty secure in your position there.
True. It's a shame I don't have a sniper rifle.
Well, never mind. You have a Heil, so you feel fairly safe.
Okay, that is true.
Yeah, and you get quite used to the situation quickly. And Heil settles you in his loving, caring way. Now, Hijack, you have the cushy job because your buddy in this is the Nomad. So you rock up, and he takes you down on a little detour to a place that he knows and is owned by a buddy of his, and you spend about 20 minutes waiting while they shoot the breeze, and then you go back to the van that you'd left there, and suddenly it's a different color, and it's got stenciling on the side of it for a delivery company, and he gets back in, he slips the guy some eddies, and you go off, and he parks up half a block down from the exact place that you're looking for. He's got, while they were there, he had, I won't say valeted, but he had the worst of the blood and various other bodily secretions that had leaked out into the back of the van from the
Got
multitude
a
of
little
corpses
detail,
recently
yeah.
stored there. So he had it sprayed down.
Nice.
So it's all sanitized and bleached. And he's got a couple of, he's got a bedroll, and he presumes you have two. If not, you can always swing by the apartment and pick yours up.
Actually, he's gonna break open a little popper of synth coke. He'll be like, "I'm all good, bud."
Okay, so you're just staying awake. Fair enough.
I guess I should make this roll.
Oh shit! I should have just gave the solo.
I think you're fine on synth coke with that. I've not got the table in front of me, but I think 16, you're absolutely fine.
It's not
I forget
fine,
what's
but
the medtech drug that basically keeps you awake for 24 hours.
Yeah, if you want to knock that up, you can.
I'm not using on me. I'm knocking out Kyle. He's better at this.
This is Rob says DB15 for coke addiction.
Right.
Of course, I should have known that Rob would know that offhand. You have a string with Tara. Yep, cool. So yeah, you're all good, Jack. You are not
jacked up.
You're not currently any more addicted than you already were.
Nice.
So yeah, you are all set up with your various. Yeah. So you're all set up with your various arrangements, and you start watching your, I wouldn't say targets, but your bait. There you go. That's the nice PC term for it.
Surge. That's what it was called.
Mm-hmm. So, Locke, you're watching this young couple. They've got their. It does seem to be quite a young child, like you say about 4 or 5. So they were adopted at a young age then. So you're watching that and getting to know their patterns and what have you. Getting as attached as you want to or not to whether or not you care that they live or whether they're just there to get you a payday. Watching all their interactions with little Cynthia, that's the kid's name. Little blonde-haired child, ringlets. I shouldn't start giving out these details because if I don't write them down, you're gonna.
As long as she doesn't have blonde hair, that is going to be troublesome.
Yep, blonde hair, ringlets,
blue eyes. I mean,
brown eyes.
Okay, good. She's dead.
Yeah. So yeah, you watch them going through their lives. They seem to be like one of them is clearly the female partner is clearly going out presumably to work every day. The guy is staying home with the kid at the moment. and you see them playing games and going through educational programs, and doing all the fun things that kids growing up in the combat zone do, playing hunt the rats and cook, skin, and eat the rats. And all those other wholesome
NPD
activities.
and robbers.
But strangely, everybody wants to be the robbers and no one wants to be the NCPD. So you see them starting to grow as a little family together. You're there watching them. Plague, up in your little sniper's roost, you watch as it seems like another relatively young couple, and these two are both working. So both of them are going out on a daily basis. From the way that they're dressed, you're surprised that they're living in a container situation, as they look like these typical sort of corporate drones. So maybe it's just that because they're sort of they're both guys in their early 20s. Maybe they're just on the bottom rungs of the corporate structure. Maybe they're saving up to look at getting something themselves, because they're not currently getting that sweet free corporate housing that those executives get.
Of course. Question is, what type of corporate clothing?
They both wear suits out on a daily basis, and
so it's not in medical tech. Okay, good.
No, they're both suited up when they leave each day, and getting to. It looks like they basically carpool with some other people, and leave, and they take the kid with them. So there must be some sort of either the childcare is on the way to work, or maybe it's at work, or this kid's a little older. It's maybe about 7, 8ish, you'd guess. So at that age, maybe they're already at work as well. Who knows?
Private school, maybe.
Could be. And then Jack, you have your sweet little setup with Salvo, and he's teaching you some card games and some little, entertaining games that nomads use to keep themselves busy on the roads.
I think they'd get along pretty well, just because when he was a kid living in a reclaimer town, they dealt with a lot of nomads coming through. So I think he'd surprise them by knowing like a couple games. He'd be like, "Oh, whoa, you know this?"
Yeah, you already know how to play I Spy and the number plate game. So.
And you totally know how to play some Hold'em so well.
Yeah. So he tries
We're
to
having a
teach
great
you those.
time.
He's surprised that you already know them. He teaches you Gay Before Bed, and you already know that as well.
We're getting to be close buds now.
Oh yeah, you're best of friends, and you have the option of cracking a window occasionally, whereas up in that little tight sniper's roost, things are getting pungent, shall we say, for Plague and Heil.
Oh gosh.
So
it's a wire smell.
I'm sure Plague's dealt with worse.
Yeah, I'm not going to draw this out and talk you through literally 4 or 5 days of you all role playing out, waiting for this guy. So let's see what happens. Okay. Plague. It's about 2 a.m. on your 3rd day. What measures were you taking? So were you and Heil actually taking some of your little fantastic medical tinctures to keep yourselves from sleeping? Are you sleeping in shifts? What are you doing?
Say, I would base be the one. He would suggest that, okay, let's take shifts and so forth. Like, okay, yeah, sure, let's do that.
Okay, so you're both taking some. So you're taking in long shifts.
Basically,
Yeah.
because I only have one surge, and you can only use one of those at least a week.
Well, you can use more. Yeah. It's perfectly
No.
fine to do that.
Yeah, no. Apparently, inside the actual rules, it says you can only use one surge out of the whole week to basically without having any bad side effects. So it's like, yeah,
Yeah,
just
you can. So
hit
yeah,
one
you
of them
can
and then
use
hit
more.
others.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's perfectly allowable to use more. I don't mind.
No,
I will let you. I'm
I will
I'm a
not go
generous
with
and kind
addiction.
DM. Fucking spoil for it. Right. So
Well,
let's see.
one, I only made one of them, so it's like, yeah, if I'm using it's done.
Okay, so it's just after 2 a.m. and as it happens, it's Hyle who's on duty at the minute, and you are asleep. You are dreaming about whatever it is that your fevered little medic brain dreams about. When you get gently but firmly shaken awake,
What
Hyle
is it?
Hyle looks at you with that intense glare of his, puts a finger to his lips, and then motions with the suppressed barrel of the assault rifle that he has always ready, sat there on its bipod, down towards the container. Do you take a look?
I think you're muted
Okay.
there, bud.
I'm going to presume that you take a look.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, cool. So you poke your head over. I don't know. Do you have any sort of scope or anything that you could have been using?
No, unless you gave me stethoscope.
We'll say that Hyle has field glasses as well, which you can use. So he's passed you these binoculars that you've been using, and he motions down there. And at first, you don't know he he's woken you up, because you assumed that there was someone there, but you take a look and you can't see anything. And then after about 20 seconds, you just catch this briefest movement, not from
No,
right next to the container. Oh, for fuck's
I
sake.
lost him.
Oh, well. Right, so to set the scene, while we're waiting for Trauma to come back in, um, he looks down towards the container, catches some movement out of the corner of his eye, and sees something on the adjoining container. Just very, very subtle movement. And there's, hey, welcome back, dude.
Sorry about that. Pocket called.
No worries. So yeah, the movement that you caught was on the roof of the adjoining container to the one you're watching, and you see someone. You're not sure you've seen anything, because there's barely any movement. It looks like just the breeze making shadows adjust, and really, did you see anything? But then you see it's not really a human shape, which is maybe why your eye didn't catch it. It's like a malformed, indistinct lump slowly moving across in the shadow towards the front uh, of that container, and across. There's about a 6 foot gap between it and the container that you're targeting. And that's when you realize your eyes definitely aren't playing tricks on you, because as it gets to the edge of the container, suddenly it leaps. Like it's in a if there's a person under there, they're in a prone position, and yet still they make a cat-like leap straight across from a prone position over this 6 foot gap and land soundlessly on top of this other container, the one that you've been watching. And you can see
Yeah, that's not normal.
Nope. So you can see that they're creeping towards the front, and it's a fair guess that they're probably going to check and disable any sort of alarm triggers as they're heading towards the doors at the front of the container. Heil is. I'm going to say, as he's not here, I'm going to say that Heil looks to you for instruction. What are you doing? If
Still
you're
muted
responding,
there,
you're
bud.
on mute, bud. Fucking technology is worse.
Sorry about that.
Okay, yep. So Heil looks to you. What are the two of you doing?
First things first. Give the guys a call for backup because wasn't expecting this.
I'd look at Savo and be like, "All right, let's go grab Locke. Head there."
I will presume that you have a prearranged signal so that you don't have to make any noise or anything. You just send out a text message and it goes straight through high priority. So that comes straight through to you. You guys know that you're probably, although you're in the same area, you're probably anywhere between 2 and 5 minutes is what you planned out to get from position 1 to position 2, pick lockup, to position 3, where Heil and Plague are. It's probably on the lower end of it because it's 2 o'clock in the morning, so there's not that much traffic. I mean, it's the combat zone, so they don't stick to normal hours, but still, not that much gridlock to deal with at 2 a.m.
Perfect.
So let's see how long it's going to take. Okay. So Salvo gives you a little update, or asks Jack to pass it on. That you seem to be making good time. You should be there in a little over 2 minutes, as long as he presumes Locke's going to be ready to go and just jump into the van when they get there.
Yeah,
Yep,
he'll
I'll
just
be
send
waiting
him
outside.
a tech ETA 2 minutes. Be ready.
Okay, I'll just be waiting outside. These brain dances that we had, was it like in the rooms where these kids were killed or whatever, or was it like somewhere else? Like where they found the bodies and stuff?
It was all
It-
there.
It seems to happen in the rooms. So it's the actual acts happen in the rooms, in front of the parents, and then he offs the parents as well. You mentioned the bodies. That's not actually been discussed before, but Jack will have noted going through the discussion groups that actually the parents' bodies are found in the rooms. The kids' bodies are never recovered. Not one of them has turned up. No indication of what happens with them, but they are not there at the scene. So, Plague, you're watching this shape. It's now on top and right at the front of the container you've been watching, with this cute little corpo wage slave couple and their lovingly adopted daughter. You know they're on the other side of that door, and very, very slowly, you can just make out through the binoculars, you can make out the hard edge. It must be some sort of like camo rig that the guy's wearing to disguise his shape as well as his visuals. But you can make out the like hard edge of tools that just slip out from under whatever webbing or whatever it is that is covering him, and start working on a couple of little contacts that you wouldn't have even noticed at the top of the door. So it looks like he's getting to work on that alarm system. About 30 seconds have passed since you spoke, since you sent out the SOS message. You still watching?
I'm still watching. No. I mean, I would probably go, okay, he's trying to break in. We gotta stop him at least, or at least distract him enough.
That's your call to make. You know that he has to. There's whatever the security system is on there. He has to bypass the security system, and then you have to get down to ground level to just physically work the bolt, unless you're going to blow the doors off the hinges. But there's been no signs of like explosive entry so far. It's been mainly through windows or through doors.
I would say that Black Flag would attempt to go. It seems like, okay, as soon as it's about to go into the building, that's when I believe Black Flag would do the Calvary's here moment.
So you're holding off as long as you can to try and let backup get there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So for the moment, he's just started work on those contacts. Salvo has started up the van. You're heading down the street, not encountering much traffic, so things are looking good from that point. Nothing extraordinary so far. You've not hit a booster gang, or you doubt you're going to run into cops at this time in the combat zone. That would be pretty much suicide. But yeah, no random encounters with cyber psychos or anything so far. You're on your way. You're bearing down on Locke's position. Plague. Clearly, whatever he was doing with the contacts, he's happy with the results. You see the tools retract back under there, and then the shape sort of just slithers over the edge and clambers straight down the maybe 12 feet of the straight, slick steel container. It's really weird because, as far as you're aware, that's a human being under there, but going down the wall like a gecko or something.
Question: would that fall underneath my character's backstory wise?
There are many things that you can think of. You don't know whether under there, like, he's clipped an auto descender to the top of the container. You don't know whether he's got some sort of cyberware or something. There are various magnetic or just suction options for climbing sheer surfaces like that. Could be a number of things. Without seeing it, you don't know. You just know it looks unnatural and inhuman.
I would actually ask Kyle for what's his advice on this one, because I don't think I can confrontate him on my own.
Okay, let's take a look. Okay, Kyle has some experience of tactics and security systems, and he doesn't say anything, but he reaches into his pocket, and a couple of seconds later, you get a text message, just saying, "Not yet." There's still, at very least, the bottom contact he's got to do as well. So he's saying that you don't need to go just yet, because there's more to do. This guy's clearly trying to get in without any noise. So
I'm
you
following
have
his
a bit
advice.
of time.
But I'm at least
Okay.
getting the shotgun ready.
Yeah. Running through the streets. Still no accidents, no encounters. You screech up to the alleyway that Locke was overlooking. Locke's already at the entrance to it. Pull open. You've got the side door open as you pull up. Just dive straight in, and you drive off. Close the door as you're moving.
Pound on the side of the wall. All right, let's go.
You reckon you're probably about 60 seconds out at this point.
I'm gonna text that update to the other two.
That update comes through, so Jack's telling you you've got about 60 seconds before they hit your position, and you're a little relieved that Heil was clearly right. The guy's now stopped and is repeating the same routine on a similar pair of contacts at the bottom of the doors, and you know then that there's the lock on the bolt to the actual container door itself as well to contend with once he's done that. So for the moment, you feel fairly secure in giving them another few seconds.
This guy's still got to gather out the kid and stuff too. To gather out the parents, gather out the kids. They're going to struggle a little bit, So, matter of, So I'm going to look at a hijack, and I want to say this. So this is the container house, right?
Yeah.
So it's just does it have windows? Do you remember?
I doubt it.
No, it's right on the waterfront. It has
window. You mean a place for the robbers to come in?
Yeah. What they tend to have is like faux solar lighting inside, and solar panels on the outside, and then artificial lighting inside. And they don't put holes in the containers because that is a way to make it less secure.
So I don't know if this guy is what he's been planning, but I mean, we could just throw in a tear gas grenade. We all have gas masks, and we can just head in that way. I mean, I don't particularly care to cause too much discomfort to the people inside, but that might be our best bet to neutralize this guy quickly and throw the grenade in, grab him, and get out.
Yeah, that is definitely a route we can take, but the big problem with that is we don't know what kind of cyberware this fucker's got. He might got some nasal filters. I mean,
yeah,
those
could,
aren't.
But it's not gonna,
yeah,
it's
right.
Not gonna hurt
right,
us.
right.
Does anyone want to trauma? Give me a medtech roll. Because I presume you're sharing this discussion, even though those guys can't necessarily participate audibly. They can still get messages from you.
Yeah, I'd assume that there's like a group text going on while we're also talking in person.
Which one? Is it the pharmacy or just my actual specialty?
Pharmacy is fine, yeah. Yep. With a 21, you're fairly certain that given the low level of ventilation on those containers, and a child being a child, using anything like tear gas is it's not definitely a problem, but it's severely risky. Like, you could, depending on what happens, unless that kid is out of there in a second or two, then that could go severely wrong. So it's down to you how much whether you want to share that or not, and how much that affects your plans.
Yeah. Oh, kid is involved. No chance.
And at
All
this
right.
point, the
All right.
the shape stands up to probably around about a 6'8" height, from what you can tell from this vantage point. It's a bit difficult to gauge completely, but definitely you're dealing with a sizable individual, or it could just be that they're carrying, because they don't look human shaped with the mass of sort of camo gear that's covering them, the netting. They don't look human shaped, but it's definitely a big individual. And they stand up from working on the contacts. They clearly finished there. It's about 40 seconds since you got the message telling you that the van was 60 seconds out. And you can see hands reach out from, gloved hands come out from under all that camo, and they're holding, well, you can't see even with the binoculars, it's too dark, but what you presume is a lockpick kit, and start to get to work on the bolt.
Yeah, this is more of a, okay, I really wanted to go down there and shoot this guy. But
You're a little quiet, Drama. Can you get closer to your phone? It's kind of hard to hear you. You're on mute now, if you didn't know.
Oh no, I just trying to find where my mic was dropped off to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's much
He
better.
would most likely want to go in and deal with the guy, but it's like, I'm waiting for you guys.
Yeah, we got your microwave gun, chat pointed out too, so we could, instead of using that, hit him with the microwave. Or
Oh
did
yeah,
anybody get any
that is
EMP
true.
grenades?
I forgot about that.
You did still have the option of the EMP grenades if you wanted them.
I don't know if anyone took them though from Miss Han when we were first offered them.
I'm going to be magnanimous and say that if you want to, whatever decision was made at the time, if you want to purchase them, you can have done.
I would have said that we would have grabbed like a few.
Well, it was up to 2 because that's what was originally requested.
Yeah, I'll take one. I have a
Oh,
tear
if we
gas
would have
grenade, I have
got
a
2, then
flashbang
yeah,
grenade, and so I'll add a EMP on there because I was collecting grenades anyway. So
Cool. So you have
Oh.
that in your back pocket.
yeah.
So, Plague, you are surprised at how quick, because you've seen other people do this. You've seen, I think, Lot and Heil both doing this. It's not one of your skill sets, but you're surprised at how quickly that those hands come up and then come away from the bolt again. The lock is clearly dealt with faster than you were anticipating, and it drops some sort of oily substance onto the bolt and then starts to slide it back. You can just hear in the distance the gunning engine of the van approaching, but they're not there yet. What do you do?
At this point, it's like I'm pulling out the microwaver. I'm going to have to go in there in person to stop this guy a little bit faster.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. Just so you remember the range on your microwaver, so you're currently like,
Oh yeah, I had to go up
one-
close, more or less.
1 container over and 3 up. So So you're not telling Heil to open fire. No,
I'm not telling him to open fire yet. Well, actually, if he opens fire to wound him, then I could at least get to him close faster.
If you want to do
Yeah.
that, I'm telling him to
I'll
do that.
tell him to open fire to wound him so I can catch up to the guy.
Okay.
Call shot to the nuts.
I think on a practical level, Heil will probably aim for, say, the leg.
Aww.
We can call it
That's
the
okay.
groin if you want, but
Well,
it's tactically it's a less optimal.
Yeah.
No, go for the shin. Always the shin.
Okay, so we're opening up. Okay, that is not the greatest roll from Heil, but then the guy's unaware of you. So, I'm gonna say he's unaware, so he can't dodge. So that does land. That was unexpectedly shoddy damage, but it is something. So yeah, Heil buries a high caliber round into the back of this guy's leg, and there's a distinct metallic clang as it goes through. It's obviously cyberware. So,
Yeah. So say he's using his armor piercing rounds for this because
oh yeah, he definitely would be. So immediately I'll just do initiative for the minute for Salvo, and I'll need one from you as well, Plague, because the guys in the van, you're contingent on when you get there.
Oh man, chat's funny.
All right, miss it. What are we in?
Well, in the time of cyberization, why would you not?
All right, Mr. Stud.
Right. So Heil's round buries into this guy's leg.
Oh yay!
Immediately,
I didn't know I could crit fail on initiative.
well, never mind. The shape beneath you immediately, it doesn't even turn to face you. The doors the bolt completes its travel and the doors start to swing open. But the second that bullet impacts, it dives approximately, I guess it must have covered a good 20-25 meters straight off to the side.
25 it moved, dive 25 meters.
Yep. So it does a standing jump and covers about 25 meters. So give me a perception check.
Sure.
See if you can see where it went. Heil is fucking surprised. Unsurprisingly, he's surprised, and he's just looking around. He was aiming down his scope. He thought he had the guy nailed, and then just suddenly target is gone,
Nice.
and he's looking around.
That's a crit success.
Very nice. So yeah, despite the rapid movement and all his effort at concealment, you see that he basically did a standing leap, covered a ridiculous amount of distance, and went down to it. It's like the containers are arranged in rows, and he went sort of down 2 rows and the only reason you noticed is because he slightly misjudged the leap, and he was jumping into the entrance of another alleyway, so to call it, and he slammed into the side of one of those containers because he didn't have time to judge the leap. So he's gone into another alleyway, and you see him, although you don't have line of sight on him. You see where he's gone.
I'm tempted to do a Tarzan of the Jungle with the grappling hook at this point after him.
Go for it. What's your luck?
4.
You're in luck. As it happens, even though you're on the top level of the containers in this particular area, there is, unsurprisingly for the docks, there is an overhead crane, which just happens to be swung out over this particular area. So you can use that as an anchor point for your Spider-Man games.
I'm totally gonna use it so I can at least get close enough to get a dive on him.
Okay, so how far does that... what's the range on your grappling hook?
The grappling hook is 30 feet.
Okay, so we'll say you can use that, and you can sort of grab and swing, and that will take you. It'll take you about 15 meters. So you're not as far as he got, but at the same time you've moved further than you could have done just on the ground. You're still at the same height though. To do that, you've had to swing across to another container at the same height and then sort of release just as you get to the end of your arm. Give me an athletics check just to make sure you don't fall off as you fall down onto this other container.
Oh joy, I'm gonna use 2 of my luck because my athletics is cruddy.
Hey, you want to play Spider-Man, you best be able to do some gymnastics, do you?
As we're pulling up, Hijack just does another little popper.
Wow.
That's
good
enough.
luck with these rolls, man. This has always had the luck.
Awesome, 14!
Well, the first one is what you rolled, so it's critical. So it's
a
lot higher.
27. Even the 12 would have been enough. All I needed was a 10 or better not to fall. You're jumping onto a container. It's not like a moving train or something. But you managed to, with surprising grace, cover it. It's like you look back at Hyle, you're like, yeah, I do this every day, bitch.
Oh yeah.
Hyle is going to, because he doesn't have a line, and he had delayed because he hadn't been able to see where the guy was. So now that you're doing that, he tries to leap over onto the next stack of containers, and unfortunately comes up a little short. He nearly makes it, and then sort of cracks his shin against the edge and tumbles down. You're on the third container up. Shit. Okay. I need to get a critical injury chart.
Uh-oh.
I promise I do not kill people in absentia.
Yeah, the rule
That's
is
a dick move.
don't miss games because you're going to get your ass kicked. It just seems to be what it is. Between
I'm not that cruel.
Up by a security guard and now Scrag taking a tumble off of a container.
Oh, man. Right. Okay. So, I mean, Hyle is a tough guy, so this is not, he's not bleeding out or anything, but at the same time, he has cracked his thigh on his landing. He tries to tuck and roll, but he wasn't prepared for this fall. It's just he misjudged it. He should have been able to make the leap, but it's been raining as it always is, and the surface was slippery.
Damn
Just
blood
didn't have
rain.
he didn't have the traction yet, and he's fallen these 3 stories, and yeah, he's busted his leg. He is out of, as far as pursuing goes, he is out of it. But even from his prone position, he pulls out his agent, and what he does is he starts texting to Salvo and Jack, because he knows Jack was in the van as well. So he's updating them on your position, even though he can't follow with you.
Probably talk now too. It's not like we gotta stay stealthy anymore. But
It's
Yeah,
more of that.
true.
I feel sorry. He took a really bad blow, but damn, he's a badass.
Yeah, he keeps on mission. So he pulls out his agent, and he immediately opens a line and says, "Look, I can't pursue, but," and he gives vectors to allow Salvo to alter his course, so you're still in line for the guy's new trajectory.
so is that Black Plague's full action was the swing, or does he get an attack too?
Was the swing? You still don't have a line of sight on the guy because you're a good 10 meters behind, and he went into this next alleyway, but you're further along than you would be otherwise. And if you can do the same again next turn, so yeah, Plague, give me the van continues moving, and now cuts a hard right down a different alleyway to try and catch up. Plague, give me another athletics roll as you swing across to get a view of the alley that you saw him go down.
Say if we try to probably cut him off, maybe. Like going down this alley right now, is it going to do us any good? So maybe cut off the other end of it.
Yeah, that's what Salvo's aiming for. He's not aiming for where the guy is currently.
Awesome,
He's
a 15.
aiming for ahead of where he seems to be going to. Shit, man. Right. You make the same leap, and unfortunately, you just slip coming off this container. Let's see.
That sounds about right.
Fortunately, this stack is not level, so you slip and come off it, but you're only going down 2 rather than 3 levels. You're going down onto 1 container rather than all the way onto the ground. So you're not taking as much as Heil was. So 13 points of damage, and that is reduced by your armor.
Okay, so that is my armor is 11, so
2 points of damage.
yeah.
But
does falling damage ablate armor?
I wouldn't think so. I think the armor's cushioning generally.
Got it. I'd assume so too. It's more of the force of his body hitting ground as opposed to something penetrating.
Yeah, it's basically impact.
Yeah,
so I'm going to say there is some sort of energy dispersal from your armor anyway, but there's no actual tearing or whatever. So you don't take any armor damage. You just take those 2 points of damage to yourself.
It's like,
give me you're going to have to give me a fresh perception check, because now you've come sliding onto your face on this container. See if you can keep a bead on, if you can see or hear anything from the guy, because you should have been in a position to potentially start shooting at him, or at least spot his new position.
Oh yeah. $16.
You're looking out. You don't see anything. fuck for the dice though. Just as you're thinking, oh shit, I've fucked up. This guy's getting away, and we're gonna lose this opportunity. Then you hear the sound. You pause a couple of seconds. You realize you don't have a visual angle, so you pause a couple of seconds. Just hold yourself still, and you hear the faint grate of metal against concrete, and it's coming from another, like, 2 rows over. And it occurs to you, because you were looking at those maps, that that sounds suspiciously like a manhole cover being removed.
I'm booking it there.
You head there as you're running, and again, I presume you update everybody. As you're running, you're listening for it now, and you hear that grating sound again, like second and a half later. It's really, really fast. This guy moves fucking quick. And you get there, and as was marked on the map, there is a manhole cover there. What do you do? Hyle is following up behind you. The van, at this point, screeches up and joins you. What are you guys doing?
So we were updated that it sounded like he was heading into the sewers, right?
Yep.
I'm gonna look for the nearest sewer grate to try and see if we can cut him off.
So give me a library search. That is not a bad idea at all.
Nice.
Boom. Yeah. You've already had these details up. You knew you might have to look at this information. And you think, because you're on the waterfront, it's limited. Like, you can't obviously be going out into the water unless it's going out a storm drain or something. So, assuming that he's going to stay underground, you've got limited choices, and you think that the main line running this way, you know exactly where it is. It's a few streets over the next decent point, because you think he would have to probably negotiate around a bit. But if he's heading away from this area and back towards the area where that's more central to where he operates, then you think you know the next access point, and you can point it out to Salvo. So, are you guys piling in the van and getting over there?
Yeah, I'd assume so.
Cool.
Yes, I'm gonna grab Trauma and throw him in the van. And yeah,
Hyle has caught up as well, but he's not going to be much good at running at the moment.
it's fine.
I'm sure we'll probably
Poor guy.
have him sitting shotgun with the window open,
Yeah,
keeping an eye out.
He's got currently a broken leg, so
Oh,
down
he's got
into-
broken leg. Actually, sorry about that. Grandparents came in the most randomest moments asking for help.
yeah. So if you want to try and do a quick fix to his broken leg,
Yes, I shall.
and in the meantime, while that's going on in the back, Salvo gets you straight to that. There's no interference. Straight to that next access point along. enough. Just quickly check. Yeah, that'll do for a quick fix. So you've splinted up his leg, so he should be able to move around on it now, for the time being.
All right. Yeah. Then as we're pulling up, Jack's like literally he's got the door open as they're screeching up. He hops out and he's lifting off the drain cover and is just like, "Let's go, guys. We got to get this guy. Let's go."
So you lift off the drain cover. Okay, give me an evasion check.
Perfect.
I would probably mention that I'm like I would probably just pick it up because I can just pick it up with one hand and like move it. But you if you want to beat me to it, you can. But it's up to you.
I mean,
I'm just going to take the first person who volunteered they were doing it.
All right, so it's all you, man.
So
those things are fucking heavy though, so that's the reason why I mentioned it. If everyone's tried to lift up at a sewer hole before, it's not easy.
It's all good.
Okay,
Jack's very good at evading things.
There you go.
So you avoid the worst of it, and you don't take any actual damage. Because you've got, I presume you're in at least light armor.
No, I think he's only wearing Kevlar.
Ooh, what's the armor value on that?
7.
Okay, so you do take 3 points of damage then.
All right.
As you lift it up, and there's a shink, and a frag grenade blows the entrance out of this sewer access.
Yeah, he's gonna like duck and roll as best he can, still catch a little bit, probably where he's not the most armored up, and he's gonna like, fuck, oh shit, oh that bastard.
Yeah, I'm kind of envisioning that you avoid most of the blast because you've still got the big iron mantle cover in front of you.
Yeah.
That and the synth coke helped a little bit too. He was jumpy.
Yeah, so you avoid the worst of it, but yeah, that might have been booby traps. It seems like Heil looks at this and just says, in case you guys hadn't gathered, this guy's not a fucking amateur. And he looks severely pissed, looking down at his splintered up leg.
Jack's gonna look at his leg and be like, "Oh man, but it looks like you might be." He's just pissed and tosses the thing to the side.
Oh man!
Throwing shade at someone who isn't here to defend himself. Damn.
That's the best time.
Oh god.
Cold, fucking cold, dude. Right. So, marching order. In fact, you know what? If I think, given how pissed he is, Heil is going to bull his way to the front unless someone really wants to race into it.
No. This is what he's here for.
Yeah. Should we also use the medics, the microwave gun though? Black Plague can help with that. I also we also have the So we did just like detonate this audible sound. I guess I'll let you guys go ahead if you want. And then since we did just blow up this entrance, I'm gonna head back the way that we came. And try to head in the other side just in case he hears the explosion and tries to double back.
Sounds good. And then Jack will look over at the Nomad and be like, "Do you want to just maybe do a short patrol of the near couple blocks? Keep some eyes up on the streets."
Yeah, Salvo volunteers. He will keep the van moving, and he'll try and basically track along with you guys, and he'll hit up along the route. Like you have the map with the access points marked, so he'll hit up along the route to see if he can spot the guy coming up for air anywhere.
Sounds good.
So I think I should have moved you onto a new map now. Should be nice and black for you. That come up?
Yep. I'm on a new one.
Let's see yet.
So let's see where you're coming in.
Very refreshing. It just looks like a black screen to me. But
No, that's because it's currently blacked out. So yeah, that's
Oh.
fine. That's what it should be.
oh, okay.
You should be able to see a bit now.
Yep.
Yep.
And I think I have all of you guys on there.
Well, I was actually going to head back to the other one in case he doubled back. Not that I would want to volunteer myself out of the combat opportunity, but that's what I had. That's what I had said I was going to do.
Yeah.
So
You had indeed. My bad.
uh,
Let's take you off this map and
I'm regretting it now. Now that the combat mat is up, but
No,
my character wouldn't know that anyway, so it's fine.
Yep.
I am.
No, that's absolutely fine.
To be fair, it makes sense.
It is a smart move.
Yeah, so my character's going to get there, at the original point, and then head this way towards this sewer vent.
Rob, if you're there, I think most of the map is blacked out. There's only one section that's visible. It's all under fog of war at the minute.
So I'm very black.
I think
In
now
this
might
room.
be a good time to take a bio as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
probably.
that would be
Yeah,
good
actually, if people want to take a quick break before we get the map-based chase underway, and Rob can find where we are. Yeah, sorry, dude. It's a big screen, and at the minute they can only see one part of it. Hey, there we go. So yeah, if people want to take 5, grab a drink, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. See us back here to chase down a serial killer.
5
Cool.
minutes sounds good.
Yeah, when I logged out and back into Roll20, and then the map showed up, so it must have just been a Roll20 glitch.
Yeah, I had a refresh too.
Yeah, I think I might need to do that.
Right.
Yeah, I think it sometimes does this because this is a larger map as well.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's loading issues. But no worries, all sorted now.
You got another beer. Very important. Gotta stay hydrated. It's probably one of my more favorite cigars at the moment. I've been trying quite a few different ones. The problems that I run into with the mild cigars is that they don't really have a lot of flavor, especially with the brick house and things like that. So recently, I've tried the CAO brand, and this is just a pretty plain label that they have for CAO. And this one has notes of like vanilla and things. Maybe I can show you guys on here, so everyone in chat is curious. That's the CAO, and this one actually has notes of coffee and maybe vanilla. I've been trying the. It's good, man. I've been trying the Romeo and I was just talking to
Romeo
Chad,
y
'cause I didn't think-
Juliet does. Yeah.
Yes, yeah, and I get a lot of recommendations on those. And I found them just to be a little bit plain. Not very complex. They're good. They're great for, I think, a beginner cigar smoker, but if you've been smoking cigars a little bit, you might want a little bit more. And I think this is a nice middle ground with something that's lighter, but then still has a little bit of flavor in there.
We ready?
I think so. I'm not sure about Plague, but I think the rest of us are back.
Oh, maybe he's not back.
But yeah, I've smoked a couple cigars in my life, mostly just for like buddies' graduations and weddings and shit like that.
Yeah.
I did smoke a pipe for a little while, and I also used to smoke cigarettes, but I've been cigarette free for almost 5 years now.
Oh, good for you.
But yeah, the Romeo and Julietas were the ones that I'm pretty sure that I smoked. And I'd agree, it seemed like it was a very just because having smoked like pipe tobaccos and shit like that before, the flavor profile wasn't too much. So I could see why people who maybe just kind of dip their toes in might be more into those more lax style of smokes, for lack of a better word.
Hey, Black Plague, you back? I see you're on, but it was muted. Traumatic.
See his Discord activating like he's
That's what
saying
I'm
something,
saying.
but
Yeah, but it's on mute.
I don't.
But no thank you.
Oh,
Jed, it looks like your camera's off. I don't know if you turned your camera off or not.
No, I just got it covered. Right.
Oh, okay.
now.
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
hey.
Yep.
Hey,
Okay, I'm tempted to smack Discord because it's being difficult today.
All right, here we go. They can see you. You're back.
Hey.
welcome back to the
It's great to be
underground
back.
pursuits. So, a few minutes ago, Locke had headed back towards the initial entry point that this guy took to make sure that was covered. Saldo has headed off in advance to make sure they have transport and to try and catch a glimpse if he pops back up from the sewer system. And the other three, so Jack, Pyle, and Plague, have all entered the sewers in pursuit of this badass jumping frog. You guys can see what you can see. There's very little of it.
Wait, was he actually a frog?
I think that was just a chat joke.
Yeah. You've not had a good view. You never know. Maybe he is. But at this point, no reason to suspect inhuman.
Panda,
So-
how dark down here is it? Do I basically do I need to click on my flashlight to see around?
Yeah,
I
you're
was
gonna
just
need
about to say that
if you
too.
don't have like thermographic vision or anything like that, which I don't think you two do, then you're gonna need light sources.
I do have a flashlight.
I pull out my handy dandy flashlight with one hand and the microwaver in the other.
Cool.
We should
So-
pop one of those infrared cyber eyes in, I guess, huh?
I have a
So what do
cyber
you
eye, but I ain't to be seen in the dark.
Okay. So I presume you're gonna be letting Heil lead the way.
Yeah, he's just got the flashlight
Yeah.
up and the handgun up right where the beam is. Kind of
Yeah.
tactical style.
Does
Following
Heil have
behind.
any? Does he have infrared cyberware or any of that kind of stuff? Being a solo.
Yeah, Heil's got it covered. He's got infrared, and he's got an infrared flashlight on his rifle.
Oh, nice.
So
Well,
he's
damn.
happy to lead the way.
Professional.
If he was here, I would be like, if he was here, I'd ask him if he wants us to kill the flashlights. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
it makes
almost
sense.
like he does this for a living.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, it does. Totally.
So he leads the way. He's being quite cautious. He clearly is, and it would probably be an idea if you also made some perception checks.
I'm gonna make you a perception check and a stealth check, even though having a giant flashlight is not necessarily the easiest.
I should probably do the same.
You can make a stealth check, but for what it's worth, Heil essentially makes it clear he's not bothering. One, because he's in a slightly wounded state, but two, because this guy knows you're after him, and stealth
point.
comes at the expense of speed, and this guy was already freakish fast.
Good point.
Yeah, very good air vehicle tech check there, Plague, but unfortunately you don't spot any AVs in the sewer.
Sorry about that. That was an accidental click.
However, your perception that followed it, just as Heil gets to this corner, he's being wary and careful, but still, as he gets to this corner, you motion to him to stop. I presume you guys are all staying together unless you specify otherwise, yeah?
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's the #1 rule. You never split the party.
Huh?
Yeah, that's definitely the rule. So just as you come to this corner, you catch something just reflecting off the murky water, and you motion down low, and there is a laser tripwire there. Well, there's a beam of some kind going across, which you can presume the box it's attached to is not friendly. Who wants to deal with it?
Jackal.
I assume that box is not something like a, hey, this is a present just for you.
No, this is a box as in it seems to be a small black box. You get up and investigate it. It's a black box, maybe 6 inches by 6 inches by 6 inches. Seems to have like a sort of checker patterned ceramic front to it, and it's linked to this little laser emitter, and there's a refracting prism over the other side.
Well, I mean, I guess I could take a look at it. I'm pretty good with some tech. So Hijack would volunteer. He'd be like, let me take a look real quick, Plague. Be careful.
Yeah, sure. Black Plague will step away and let Hijack do that.
Would you think basic tech or electronic security would?
Electronic security is your ideal.
Okay.
If you have more in basic tech, you can do that, but it's a higher DC for basic tech.
He's pretty good at all of it.
Yeah, you quickly realize that you can just you take out like a small battery and run a feed to, as long as there's an input going into that light sensor, then it will assume that that's from the laser. So you quickly circumvent it. It takes you like 10 seconds. Just take it out, attach a couple of crocodile clips to like a watch battery, and bypass that.
I'm tempted to tell Locke, it's like, hey, we have something that you would want right here.
Well, bypassing it is one thing. Dismantling it entirely and recovering it is an entirely different matter. If you want to wait and do that, you can give it a try.
I would say that I would tell, hey, Locke, if you want to get this thing, you can, but hopefully after.
Yeah.
Okay. So you move on. Hyle gives you a little nod of appreciation for not having got his leg blown off. His remaining good leg.
Yeah, I can only fix up so many legs.
Don't lie, you can do infinite amounts.
Yeah, but I don't have one if it actually is blown off to replace it.
So you come out into the next area. And you can see a good way down. You can't hear, I mean, the guy's got a good head start on you, so you can't hear anything ahead. You do probably note Plague from when you saw him do that leap into the other alley. You think he probably can't do that or do it to the same degree down here, just because the arc he had to get that distance is.
I'm
not
guessing
possible.
it's mostly tight spaces, more or less.
Yeah, when you've got like a 2.5 meter ceiling, you can't do the same sort of the same arc that he was getting. So he's probably not able to do that. You don't know how fast he is just on foot generally, but you've got that little bit of info. Some more perception checks for me, please. See if you can hear your quality.
Brother, we got to figure out what's going on with your roll 20.
Damn, Plague. Yeah, your roll 20 is being a bit weird, but at the same time, fortunately, I think Hyle owes you a drink at the end of this. He starts to move forwards, and again, just because you have those other light sources on, again, it's a case of catching a glimmer that's of something that's strung across the walkway that you're actually following. You're not going in the shitty water as much as you can help it. And there is, it's essentially like a monofilament wire which has been strung across. It's so difficult to see, and it's only just because the light source cuts across it. But yeah, he nearly, again, it's not going to be a good day for his legs with you not around.
Oh, yeah. I didn't think I was that good.
A 26 is pretty good for perception.
I'm gonna use my cybernetic arm to pull him back. Like, whoa, hang on.
Yeah,
That looks
that's-
actually like a normal hand.
That's fine. This one is not a. You take a quick look. It's not a complex trap. This is literally just strung between two nails. So there's nothing complex about it. It's a simple matter to sort of pull one of the nails out and discard it into the water. Hal does so.
Yeah, I do so.
Make it round the next section without issue. You sort of got almost a hairpin bend here. You seem to be coming back on yourselves. And just as you start to come out into the area, opens up into a little chamber. Gives me some perception checks again. Sorry, I'm going to be asking for a lot of these. You're in a dark sewer chasing a murderer.
Makes sense. Not very good. Not looking very good.
What are you talking about? Everything looks fine.
Oof.
No problem here
Oof.
whatsoever.
I feel like I totally found a rock underneath here.
So, as Hale moves forward and he's looking at, he's concentrating on how he's going to get across from this little ledge outcropping to the walkway on the other side because he doesn't really want to go through the shitty, can't even really call it water, what's down here. But he's concentrating a little bit too much on that and on keeping his footing when suddenly a shot or a loud bang reverberates through the tunnel. Okay. Hyle staggers back towards the two of you. Fucking hell. I feel like I need to make up a new house rule for what happens when you get 2 pairs of 6s in a damage roll.
Oof. Poor
I
Kyle.
feel the urge to send Hyle home before he gets murdered in his absence. Okay. Let's see what this does. Apart from hurt like shit. Ooh. Okay. So as he steps forward, and he's looking to keep his footing and try and move across to this other walkway, Hyle fails to notice it's another laser trip, just cutting across, sort of. It's cutting across here. So he looked down at this area here, but it's cutting across this way, the beam. And unfortunately, none of you spot it in time. And over here, a blast rings out, and a shotgun slug buries itself right in and through Hyle's wrist.
Poor
His,
guy.
his left hand, which was on the foregrip of his assault rifle, is currently hanging by the tendons off.
Fuck.
Oh, man.
Hijack will immediately like pull him backwards.
Yeah, he's looking at it in mute shock.
Yeah,
as
I would
you
be too.
As you look across, it's not as dangerous as it could be, because you see that there is like a structure rigged up there, and it's obviously a one-shot trap rather than you just having run into the guy. But yeah, Hyle is looking in dumb shock. He has a pain editor, so he's not necessarily feeling anything about it, but you know, he's missing a hand. Well, he knows where it is, but it's not very useful to him where it is.
Yeah. I don't know if I should do surgery after this, because yeah, this is more
Well,
drastic at this point.
he's gonna need it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing the surgery right now.
Yeah. Hijack will be like, take care of this shit, and he's gonna start heading forward a little bit.
Yeah,
I take his microwave gun, man.
Yeah, surgery is not gonna. You can patch this up. You cannot fix this in the field. Surgery is a minimum, I think, of 4 hours. So you can do something you can stop him from bleeding out or anything, but you can't put that back in place out here.
Make a clean cut and wrap it up.
Oh god. Ugh.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
Oh fucking hell.
Well, yeah,
that's not terrible. 13?
13 is not good for an injury like this.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Yikes.
you can staunch the blood flow, and sort of cauterize, like whip out. What is the word I'm looking for?
Some gauze.
French sounding word. Damn it!
Tourniquet?
Rubber band. Tourniquet. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you.
Tourniquet.
Whip out a tourniquet, slap it over the end, stop, and it is a case of to prevent further damage, you have to complete the separation and just wrap the hand up. We'll say you've got like some ice packs and Ziploc bags that you can drop the hand into.
I would probably just done like the pull the thumb, get the bottom whip wire, cut the rest of it off, and then at least get as best as possible.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to do anything about it down here. Hyle is gonna leave it to you, because he is too proud to admit that he needs to go back. But he is severely wounded. Like he's taken significant injury, and
yeah, I don't want him dying while he's not here.
So he what he's gonna do now. He slings his assault rifle single-handed while you're still working on him.
Assault rifle. What was it used actually?
It shoots bullets. That's
No,
what
I
you
mean,
said.
under is it a handgun or is it under
Shoulder.
the
Shoulder arms.
Shoulder arms.
I would actually here. Let me at least use it while I give him the marker waiver.
Okay. I'm gonna say that he will let you do that.
My only question is, does the assault rifle have the thermal thing vision in it, or
No, that's him.
okay, this is gonna be fun. Okay,
Yeah, I think we'll does he look like he's okay enough to walk along with us?
Heil will refuse to go back.
Unless we tell him to.
He has pulled out his pistol and he's willing to
Continue.
lose
Okay.
space by dropping back, so like being behind you guys, but he doesn't want to go and abandon you.
That's fine.
which makes
Sounds good.
sense.
And,
Like,
and
I'd
he
rather
still
him
looks
stay in
around
the
and says,
back to be avoiding of the most damage if possible.
and he takes a look around and says, this place is full of bullshit. 3 eyes are better than 2.
No fucking joke. All right, man. We'll take care of your shit once this fucker's in the van. Oh fuck. All right, let's go. And then Hijack's gonna take the lead.
Okay, Hijack takes the lead. So I will, since you're in the lead, I'm going to leave it to you to move along, and I will just update the vision as you go.
Yep, totally doing the whole conga line follow.
And tell me when you want to make perception checks.
Okay, so does this look like a little dead end here?
Yeah,
Or
this
is there a doorway or anything?
well, there's a like grating through there, but there's not. There doesn't look to be anywhere that a human-sized thing could get through. If you're a rat, you could get through there, and there are plenty of those in here. But
All right.
I'm not cruel. You're not first level D&D adventurers, so I'm not going to make you kill rats in the sewers.
All right. He's gonna head over to here and try and look
Oh,
around the
thank
corner.
God. Those
Make a
rats
perception
in
check.
D&D are evil.
Make your check away.
There we go. And he's gonna motion to the other two.
No sign of anything negative. I'll take some look. He's also being very cautious. You don't see anything in your immediate area.
All right. He's gonna look around the corner again.
Yeah, the only thing visible is the that remains of the single shotgun trap.
All right, guys. If you wanna head up here, looks like there's a fork in the path. Might be some more dead ends. I'm not sure though.
Plague, you should have control of your own token.
Yes, however, using cell phone, sadly.
All right, I'm happy to just move you along. Then. Sorry about that.
It's
Do
cool.
you guys see anything? I didn't really notice anything, but
No one sees anything at this point. I've taken it for the for the section that you could currently see at the time you rolled.
All right.
You want to make fresh checks for the next section? Feel free.
Hopefully that 19 helps.
You feel fairly confident you can see nothing down this stretch.
All right. Gonna take a look around this hidden corner here.
That's what you can see.
All right. It's pretty empty over here, guys. Come on.
There's some sort of inlet there, so water is coming down from drains and falling into that pool and joining the stream. Next section. So far, you still can't hear any sign of the guy that you're looking for either.
Oof. He's only gonna walk forward a little bit and then try and take a little deeper look. Make sure there's nothing before he calls them forward.
Okay. You're fairly certain that you don't see anything here.
All right. You guys can come on. It's all good.
Opens up into another circular chamber here.
Stopping right at the corner and then peeking the head around into the chamber. Oops, I did not mean to double roll. That is a crit fail. So I got a 5.
See what your buddies can do. I think your solo's distracted by the many injuries that he's suffered.
Probably.
His
Probably.
shit today.
What about the medic?
The medic's been doing quite well, generally.
Plague, you see anything? Hijack's like looking real jumpy right now.
Yeah, I
Oh,
pressed it, but it didn't actually accepted it, so I had to re-press it again.
All looks clear so far. So let's open the chamber up for me. Choices.
It's like, no, I don't.
So is
I
that
don't
like
know.
does that grate look open?
With the 13s that you got, then that is enough that although you can't see any sign of traps or anything in here, what you can see is that looking towards that grate, it looks like it should be solid, but you can see a disturbance in the general crap around it, and it's clear that it must slide upwards vertically, and it's been moved recently. There's like a fresh scraped line in the crud above it.
Shit. Look over there, man. It looks. I don't know if he went that way or if he came from that way. What do you think? Did he look like he was covered in shit?
Guys, That's the only way. There's an open grate. Or you said it was an open grate?
Yeah, it's been disturbed.
I would
If
say
it-
that he went
You
through
can
there.
you
because
can
I
both
thought that
you
he
can both
filled
see that
back.
it has been opened. It's not
Yeah, it's
currently
not
open.
open right now,
And
but
you
it's
would
been
you
opened.
would have, yeah. If you hadn't seen that, you would have thought that it was static, but clearly someone's modified it at some point.
It's worth checking out, and if he's over there, at least I could open fire on his ass.
Okay, I'll go over there, try and inspect it a little further, see what I could see from the walkway. You check further down this this southern route, all right?
Sure.
So Jack's gonna get over here. Is it possible for him to like look down with his flashlight just kind of leaning over? Or is he gonna have to like actually hop in this water?
Well, actually, as it happens, as you get to here,
Oh shit.
yeah. Give me. Do you have athletics?
My evasion is better. But I do have athletics.
It's going to be athletics. It's not dodging
Yes.
something aimed at you.
Okay. Oh god. Oh no.
Oh dear. Okay. The brickwork underneath you, which is all of it's in pretty crappy state of repair anyway. What you didn't realize is this section, someone has literally dug out an entire section of the brickwork and then replaced it piece by piece, but replacing the mortar with something a lot less stable.
Son of a
As
bitch.
as you step on it, it gives way. So that's 12 damage.
Oh god.
That is reduced by armor. As the bricks move away, and there are some broken off pieces of rebar cemented in underneath. It's a slightly more modern version of a punji pit, and it's a fair bet that you'll be glad you have a medtech in the party because you know various infections might also be a risk as well from that.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
Jack's just pissed as fuck. He's like, motherfucking son of a bitch. I'm gonna fucking kill this guy. I'm fucking killing this guy. I don't give a fuck.
So it's nothing you have to deal with immediately, but yeah, you might want to get that cleaned out at the first opportunity when you get back.
Yeah, he's fucking livid. He's gonna pull himself out real quick.
It's easy enough to get yourself out. It wasn't a massive fall. It's just that the thing is designed for the bricks to come away, and then they sort of. It's also the bricks pummeling in, and sort of crunching your ankle between them, as the rebar spikes like drive through the sole of your foot.
Mm,
You're going to be limping
lovely.
for days, dude.
Yeah, he's
Do
not
I need
happy.
to first aid or
There's no sort of you know critical injury or anything to deal with at the moment.
okay.
It is just straight up damage. But I didn't realize you weren't wearing. You just got the. It's your suit, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Cat suit.
He's wearing a hoodie and some fucking athletic pants, basically. And then he's got his Kevlar vest over it.
Right. So yeah. After that, you can then make it up to the grave. Now that you know the grate can move, it's not a massive like it's difficult to move it, but it's not something that's insurmountable. I'm not going to make you roll a check for it. You can just do it.
All right, yeah, he's at this point he doesn't even give a fuck, so he's just gonna hop in the water and lift the fucking gate up because he's already fucking nasty. And
There you
then
go.
beam the flashlight down.
That is what you
Looks
see.
like it curves around this way. Do you see anything down that way, Plague?
Yeah, I should probably roll my perception. Do I see any?
Is Plague looking down south?
Yes.
Okay. So, Plague, looking down here, you do, as it happens, you can just catch, if you see this bar that's across here, you can see there is, again, the slight sign that some of the dirt near it has been, it's been shifted and then sort of packed back into place by hand. So it's not quite right. Now, you don't know what it is, but there's something suspicious down there. But at the same time, you don't see any signs that anyone has recently gone down here. There's no, no trace of footprints or anything else. But it looks like someone has booby trapped that path.
Question is Kyle with me or with Hijack?
He's probably with you, or just he's staying safely near you, I'd assume.
Okay, because I don't know what would he have as a that he's willing to let me throw on to check see what it is, because I don't know what it is and I'm tempted it's a trap.
Does it look like the trap's been set off?
Well, when
No,
Panda said it's fresh.
Yeah.
Been
you can
set up.
see signs of some form of interference. There's something down there, but at the same time, there's no sign that anyone has been down there recently. You got a pretty good check, and you think you're now being really hyper cautious. You don't think, because he would have had to be in the water at some point, probably. You don't think there's any sign that this guy has passed down here. You think he's probably gone through the grates.
Okay.
All right, let's go. Then, if sounds like he went this way, come on. I'll hold the gate open for at least Plague. He'll look over at High All and be like, "You think you're okay to trudge through this shit?"
Fuck you, I'll go anywhere you can go.
All right, man.
I love him for this.
Stopping right at the corner. Gonna take another peek.
I should point out that I hope you
Ah,
guys all have
Jesus.
some form of like gas mask or something at this point, because
Oh,
I've
yeah.
been
Oh,
wearing
yeah.
my gas mask as soon as we came in here.
100%. I'm wearing one of those filtration masks. Most definitely. The anti-smog breathing mask.
Yep.
Yeah, this
yep,
shit's
all
lit.
looks clear. Plague and Heil come up behind you and also peek round. Fortunately, they confirmed that, this immediate area doesn't look anything too dangerous.
Hmm.
You can see all the way down.
Plague, come take a look. See if you see anything better than me. Seems like you got good eyes.
Harry moves up and takes a look as well. No sign of anything.
He's just gonna quickly peek around both corners.
Okay, you start to peek around these corners, and these just look like little alcoves. So nothing seemingly dangerous here.
Oh, looks like you blacked him off on my screen.
Oh, right.
Ah, okay.
Is that better?
Yep. All right, guys.
Nothing seemingly there, but what's your reflex?
It is 8 right now.
Cool. In which case, roll me an evasion.
Oh man, glad I did that synth coke.
It's a
Let's see
lifesaver.
Why is my sheet not letting me scroll all the way down? Here we go.
Nice.
It's good. It's not good enough, I'm afraid.
Oh god.
So, as you're peering down into these, just checking the contents of these alcoves, then there's not much noise comparatively. It still echoes down, but there is the distinct sound of a suppressed gunshot. Okay. Right. So you take 20 points to your left leg, and your leg is now broken as well. So you take a further 5 points from critical.
Oof. Well, he's seriously fucking wounded at this point, so he's gonna be like, all right, I'm fuck, dude. Fuck.
The shot rings out, even though it's suppressed, isn't silent. So there's still a heavy bit of noise, especially considering that this is in sewers, so everything echoes. So it came from up ahead, right here, and you just hear a voice boom out. You will not take them! And
yeah,
then the
Hijack's
sound
like
of
not
feet.
good. Yeah, he's
The sound of feet disappearing.
He's just gonna like fucking stand there and be like, dude, I'm gonna fucking die. Like if I can't keep fucking going, man. If I run into one more fucking trap, that's it. Like fuck, man. I don't know what the fuck to do.
And unfortunately, our medic is having Discord problems.
Okay, what happened? Because all I heard was suppressive fire, and then everything else was just off.
Nothing to worry about. Jack was just investigating the sewers, looked into this little alcove, and then took a tiny, minuscule, like barely even worth mentioning splinter of an injury to his leg, which is now broken, and he's, I presume, probably on the floor clutching at it and doing some swearing and screaming about now.
Mm-hmm.
My only question is there anything that cause the splinter to be shot at or no?
The dude, it was the guy who shot at, I believe, and then he kept on running.
There was.
Yeah.
It came from up ahead here, and he shouted at you, shouted something, and then you heard footsteps running full pelt off in this direction.
Would it be possible for me to at least, as he shouts, I'd shoot back at him? I know I'm not going to be great.
Unfortunately, not. You didn't know where he was, and the surprise of Jack just getting his leg blown in two almost kind of makes it difficult to focus instantly on looking for the source of it.
Fair enough. Okay, so yeah, patching up Jack.
Yeah, he might need it.
Yeah, I'm not moving without it, buddy. Because my shit's fucked.
Does that put you into seriously wounded?
Oh, yeah, well, it did well with him. Seriously wounded.
Okay, well, Plague is able to splint you up. This hasn't been, because I think that's two left legs and a left hand. This hasn't been a good day for left-hand sides of the body.
I think everyone's forgetting. Never go onto the left side. Go to the right.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would make it better, but yeah. So yeah, you're able to quickly patch it up and sort of. Again, you think that maybe long term you'll be able to repair this damage, but it's infection that you'll maybe have to worry about afterwards. Some strong antibiotics will be called for.
Probably after this, I'm gonna have to give you a checkup at my actual clinic.
All right, man. Let's go fuck this guy.
Oh, whatever you do, don't comment on Bruce's shirt.
I really don't give a fuck about that right now. Let's go get this fucker. I'm so fucking angry.
Oh, yeah.
Are you still leading the way in your current condition?
Nope. And
I think Black Flag's the
my
one taking the charge at this point.
let's see, was a 16 enough to quick fix that broken leg?
Yeah, you've got your
Okay.
mobility back.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna look at Plague and be like, "It's your turn, dude."
See, this is why you need at least 3 people. Then you can just rotate out as you get injured. That's obviously what the plan was.
It's like every RPG game. It's like, okay, the leader's taken out. Oh, okay, the next person after that. Oh, that person's out. Okay, the last person.
So, Plague, you happy to take the lead, microwaver in hand? Or no, sorry, assault rifle in hand.
Yeah, assault rifle, because carrying a microwaver and an assault rifle, I have no way of using a flashlight.
Or the assault rifle, yeah. Okay, so you move ahead. Give me some perception checks, please, people. Okay, Plague, you start to step forward, and Heil, who is still following up behind you, just grabs at the back of your jacket and pulls you back. And there is what looks like it just looks like 4 small prongs, like hairpins or something, just sticking out of the muck beneath your feet. Pulls you back, gets down on one knee very, very painfully. Thankful for those editors. Takes out his knife and then scrapes at the mud around it to reveal the edge of something like dark green painted metal, and just motions to go over to the other side of the tunnel before you go.
I'm definitely doing that because, yeah, I saved his life that way, and he's doing the return the favor.
Yeah, he'd rather you didn't step on a landmine.
So I shall go the way that is not deadly to my feet.
Yeah, the rest of this section seems clear.
Continuing onwards, and I shall do another perception roll.
Very nice.
Awesome 23.
So, as you're coming around, let's see. Every one of you, you're clearly in a state of paranoia now. Every one of you, as you round this corner, is on the lookout for the slightest thing out of sort. And you notice another sort of blacked out tripwire, like a black nylon line stretched across the tunnel. Just here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's attached to a small, just a small like metal tube with a very simple spring-loaded device in it and a single shotgun shell in there. That would have made a mess of everybody's day because it would have sprayed down the entire area had you not noticed it. Every single one of you did. So well done. Continue to move on.
Yeah, I kind of hate getting shotgunned by shotgun.
More perception checks, please.
Come on, dice gods, don't hate me today.
Okay, so you come to this corner. You don't see any signs of traps at the minute, but as you're coming up these stairs, you do notice there appear to be what look like bloodstains. Not fresh, but in this area is suddenly a lot cleaner. And I mean, it's not clean by any means. You wouldn't operate on someone down here. But compared to the rest of the sewers in general, this is like maintained. And you can see there are some patches and some sort of makeshift cots have been set up. It looks like maybe someone has used this place for maybe something you were doing recently, such as chopping up unwanted corpses and disposing of the parts. And just as you're investigating this, what's your reflex, Plague?
I believe it is a 6. Let me check.
Okay,
Yes, my reflex is a 6.
Right. Okay, so you unfortunately don't get to try and avoid this.
Yep, I know. I'm definitely getting the auto hit.
Okay, that's a lot better than it could have been. So you take 14 to your right leg, and then a further 5 and the broken leg condition.
Jesus Christ.
You guys all got broken legs.
So
You're
14
hobbling around,
with
man.
an ow that goes through my armor.
All about the mobility, dude.
Well, I can't hate him for it. I
One
can hate him
injured
by killing
person
him.
slows down an entire squad. A dead person you can leave behind. So another
Let's not
suppressed
pull my
shot
armor.
from this corner rings out, and again, even though it's suppressed, suppression isn't silencing. It's not movies, and you're in the confined spaces of the sewers, so it really does ring around, and the shot rings out, and as the feet, again, you can hear them going off up this way, up these stairs, and that voice comes back again. Leave now, and you will be left alone.
Does it sound actually? What would it be roll to figure out what he means by, like? Is he actually trying to be nice about it, or is he just saying just to taunt the fuck out of us?
I mean, give me a human perception check, or a deduction.
Shit, I should have probably done the deduction. 16, not bad, I guess.
Heil actually chips in at this point and says, "Look, I don't know what the fuck this guy is, but if he's a serial killer, he's going way out of his way not to fucking kill us. Like, I'm not complaining, and I'm seriously pissed, but why?"
Even I'm questioning that this guy's method of kicks. I'm also going to do the patching myself up.
Hijack's
Yeah, I was
just gonna
going to say,
yell
at some
out.
point you may want to tend to that leg.
Oh, I'm doing my leg now.
I'm going to say, unless you start finding outside materials, I think you're running out of things to splint legs with. So if there are any further, you're going to need to find something to make up the supplies.
Well,
But yeah,
I am tempted to use the baseball bat
leg.
pieces at this point.
Hijack's just gonna yell out, "Listen, dude, you got some fucking explaining to do. We found those fucked up BDs, and you're fucked, bro. Fucked with us, fucked with these people. Wrong fucking move."
You don't know if you're talking to anyone. You did hear his feet were running away as he
Yeah.
shouted that last thing at
Yeah.
you.
That's all right. He's just
He
gonna yell
could be
that out.
listening. He just doesn't respond.
It's like, if you have a reason why you're killing off kids for
There's no
this,
kind of fucking reason, bro.
explain it, because hell, that shit is screwed up.
Jack, you spent a lot of time with the maps earlier.
Yeah.
Give me a deduction check.
Okay. I also was gonna say that when Hayal mentioned that this dude was going like way out of his way not to kill us for being a serial killer, would looking at when he looked back at the beating, did it seem like there was any sign of manipulation to content?
Give me a forgery check. I believe. You're no expert. I mean, you didn't notice anything wrong with them. Then again, you didn't watch the materials, so the files themselves looked okay, but they're a very basic file type. You knew the files had been manipulated in terms of data had been stripped out of them.
Right.
You've not watched the video content, so you can't really say anything about those contents from that point of view. You know the files were edited. To what
Okay.
extent that editing was, you can't tell.
He's gonna look at the other two and just be like, should we keep chasing this dude? Like, I really want to fucking get this guy, but at this point, he's just fucking playing games with us and shooting us the fuck up. We can't even get a shot off.
He's pissing me off that I want to kill him more. Unless he comes up with a damn good reason to not put a bullet in his brain. Oh, I'm saying this loud enough that anyone could hear. Hopefully the echo, if he is around to listen, he could hear it.
Also, with that deduction, Jack, you realize something that wasn't immediately apparent when you were in the heat of things, but actually, you hadn't really considered this, but it did come up in passing. You think just looking at how far you traveled in one direction and then you sort of doubled back on yourselves, you think you're no more than a couple of streets away from where you initially entered. And the waterfront district, although it wasn't, you don't remember the exact address. Do you remember that the Sunny Meadows orphanage was in this area? And you take a quick look at the maps and doing a rough calculation, you feel like you may be right under that building now.
He's gonna text that to Salvo and Locke. He's gonna text that info. Looks like he's leading us. Looks like he's leading us back to the old orphanage.
All right. So we're gonna jump in the car and travel back to the orphanage then.
Yeah, you don't have to go far because you were at that original point. Salvo just sort of cuts back. He's been going further down. I presume you would have sort of let him know when you turned back on yourselves that he wasn't proceeding in the same direction. So he comes back, picks you up, and takes you to this rundown, sort of steel shuttered up, old building facade. It's pretty sort of decrepit, and those steel or iron sheets have been in place a long time. It's, a couple of them are slightly out of place, as if anyone has done what comes naturally to buildings in this area the second that they're vacated. Someone's been in to clear out anything that might be of value.
Basically squatters.
In that text, he'd also mentioned that this guy said that we were never going to get them, so kid's possibly still alive. Shit's weird.
Yeah.
We're fucked up.
So when I get to the building, I'll look for when it's my turn, I'll do some stuff. But
Mm-hmm. Well, it depends on what you're giving them that information. It probably takes you and Salvo maybe 90 seconds to get there. You're on alert to move to wherever you're needed anyway. So between Salvo picking you up and getting you to that location, 90 seconds. Are you guys waiting for them to get to the position that you think you're in on the surface before you decide what to do?
He's gonna look over at Plague and Hyal and be like, "What you guys think we should keep going? Like, we're all pretty fucked up, man. I'm
At
not
this
feeling too
point,
good."
if it's if the orphanage is up there, it's got more supplies that if we actually do get any more bang up, we can use that. And at the same time, I want to know who shut this place down and runs this orphanage.
All right, man. Are you still feeling good enough to lead the way then?
Yep, as long as they don't try to blow off my head, I'm golden.
All right, brother. We're behind you.
So going in on super high alert with assault rifle up and ready.
So am I right that you're coordinating to basically go up at around the same time that your top team arrives?
Yeah, we're basically, once we know that they're on the way and like are gonna be arriving, we're gonna start heading down this way.
Well, I would assume that we would go. It's like, okay, after we give them a call, we go up. So we still technically, air quotes, pressing the attack on him.
I'm fine with that too. If that's what you want to
Okay,
do.
so you're heading up and backup is on its way. Cool. Just so I know the order of things, that's all.
Yeah,
So-
because if we give him time to,
This is dangerous,
Uh,
but let's do it.
it's dangerous, but at the same time, he doesn't have the time to actually, hey, let's set up the actual traps if they actually do continue coming after me.
All right, just be cautious heading down this little way.
Oh, yeah, that's why Black Flag's like, it's like, use the flashlight. I'm using the actual assault rifle with both hands.
All right,
And can we all use some perception checks, please? I know you thought I'd forgotten about those because it's been a couple of minutes since you've made one.
Oh, no, I've been basically remembering my perceptions every now and then.
And that is -2 for being wounded.
Oh, yeah, -2 for me. Yeah.
Things are not great.
So,
Hey, that's what
27.
we needed right there.
Nice.
Both Plague and Hyle feel fairly confident about this section of stairs at any rate. That it doesn't seem to be any immediate danger here.
All right. We're gonna head up, and I think Hijack would be literally ready to aim a shot at dude's other good leg the second that they get any kind of eyes on him.
Oh, Black Plague's
I'm
really ready to shoot the thing.
Yeah,
the guy's
I'm ready to fuck
groin
this guy up.
area. I don't
Well, I think
not
either
care at
leg
this
is
point.
good. I think either leg is good because, according to the rules, I don't think you did any damage. Because if any damage gets through on a cold shot, then it's a critical. So I'm guessing that this guy is still running and leaping around all over the place like a frog. That we didn't really take any leg he can shoot at.
Yeah. This has just been all around dangerous situation.
Okay, let's go and give me a couple of seconds. I'll just move the maps over.
Hijack's definitely feeling like there's more to this whole story now, though.
I'm feeling that too.
He's starting to piece some things together in his head.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you're taking kids away from
Oh,
their parents and fucking off on their parents. So I don't really know if there's any, happily
Oh.
ever after any of this. But
Best believe he's still ready to fuck this guy up, regardless of what his story is. He just knows that there's more to this story now, because this shit is strange.
Strange it is. That's right. I'm moving over as fast as I can. So you should shortly find yourself on a black screen again.
yep.
Okay.
Oh, right. I need to do perception, I'm guessing. Sorry, I got called midway.
Well, you've moved into a new area. You're coming up and you come through an old and fairly badly maintained, looks like a cellar door. And it brings you out to a room. Showing.
All I see is the pitch black. And
Okay,
not my
you
soul this time.
you may have to hunt for it, but there is an area you can see now.
I can kind of see it. So it's on the map. Yeah, you might have to zoom out a little bit.
Yeah, apologies, big maps.
It's up in the upper left-hand corner, if that helps at all for your navigation points.
Yep, I see it. It's just have to zoom out very much to be able to see it.
Well, once you zoom out, then you should be able to zoom in, and then if you can on mobile, use the scroll bars on either side, and you might be able to get closer.
Yeah, apologies. This is big maps can be awkward to navigate until you find your starting point anyway. But I wasn't accounting for anyone being on mobile as well, which is entirely my bad.
It's okay. It just happens that I am having computer issues today.
Okay, so you guys come out into. Hopefully, you've all found the area now. You come out into a small room, which is it's lined with shelves and what looks like there is still some left. It looks like this was some form of pantry. So it's full of basically old canned goods.
Would Black Plague recognize what it would be like?
What do you mean?
I apologize, dude. I don't quite get the question.
Since Black Plague was in an orphanage, would this be considered like, hey, this is the actual food rations and whatnot, or something totally different?
I mean, it's a pantry. It looks, given the size of it, it's presumably for a fairly large building. Um, I wouldn't say it's stereotypical of anywhere or not.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if it was like the, hey, this is your stereotypical pantry for orphanages, or just no. Okay.
Okay, so you guys are in a small room. There is one exit.
Um,
Well, if there's only one.
Go on.
Oh, I was gonna say, if there's only one exit and entrance, well, follow through, but on alert. Question: is there enough lighting that we don't need the flashlight?
There is no light in them.
So
I mean,
still
you could
flashlight.
look around you could go. I mean, you can see the door from here, and there is a light switch if you wanted.
Yeah, but it's an abandoned building. Why would you want to turn on all the light switches when the place has got no electricity? I'm guessing.
You don't know. You could find out by turning on the light switch.
Um, Hijack's just gonna have a flashlight trained on the door and look at Plague and say, "If you want to try and going through, man, be my guest." But I don't know, man. If that's the only door, he's probably knows we're coming, so he's probably watching.
At this point, it's like, yeah, yeah. I don't know if I should just kick down the door just to say, "Freeze, dirtbag."
Hey, man, if that's your play, I'll back you up. But I'll be back here backing you up.
Sure, let's kick down the door and say, "Freeze, dirtbag."
All right.
If I
Okay.
actually do see him.
Okay. So your plan is to kick down the door and shout, "Freeze, dirtbag."
If I do see him, it's freeze, dirtbag before I might pull trigger.
Oh man.
Give me an athletics check then to try and boot the door down. Yeah, that'll do it. This is
16.
an old building, so yeah, you kick the door. You realize as you're doing it that the door actually opens inwards, so this might not be that good, but you still manage to. You basically kick right for the where the lock is on the door, and you kick it out, and the door sort of snaps back over on its hinges and is hanging at a crooked angle from just the bottom hinge is now half attached and the top hinge has come off. You can see a bit more.
Do I see any bodies in that area? Or just plain side to side?
You see a hallway. Ooh, spooky.
All right. Look left, look right. Looks clear.
Give me perception checks.
So that is at 6, not 8.
That
You
is
said it's a
a
-2.
11.
You're just about to step forward, and Jack grabs your arm and just, well, Jack, I leave it to you what you do or say, but as Plague is about to step over the wreckage of the door, you just hear a slight creak from somewhere down the passage to your right.
He'll just like put a hand on his shoulder, like, and give a squeeze and be like, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! I think I heard some shit, dude."
Leg will stop.
You hear nothing further?
Okay. Sounds like some shit was right around the way.
At this point, since there was some discussion in the pantry, this is when Salvo rocks up out front and brings you with him, Locke. So you are now out front of this shuttered up building.
You're talking to me? Sorry, I was talking in chat.
Yeah,
I heard something
sorry.
about Windows. I'm my bad. I was just responding to somebody in chat on text. But what was that?
No worries. You have they're doing whatever they're doing inside. You have just arrived out front of this shuttered up building. So it's down to you. What do you want to do?
Yeah, so I'm going to try to be stealthy and careful, given that we opened up the culvert and there was an explosion. So I'm going to try to sneak into I guess the second floor. I'm going to look for a window that doesn't look like it's been entered previously, but isn't completely shuttered, if I can find one.
Your options are either windows that look totally shuttered, like they're literally iron or steel plates just riveted over them, and then there are a couple where that plating has evidently been rolled back. It's been forced back by people to gain access, and those couple are both on the ground floor.
Okay. While we're here, just for shits and giggles, Hijack's gonna try and scan for any access points. Just for shits and giggles.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well.
You scan. There's an access point. That's surprising in a closed down building.
So,
as it happens, it's above you, but you don't think it's on the floor above you. But you think actually it's not that far. If you could get into whatever this room is to your right, you think you'd be close enough to get to that access point.
Okay.
Sorry, Locke, you were going to say something?
So I'm assuming in my toolkit I have a little plasma cutter. And so I'm gonna actually head to one of the windows that look like it's kind of boarded up. Is it just like, are there like hinges that I might be able to cut a couple on and then like kind of pry it back and climb through the window? Or is it like an entire, like, how is the window kind of set up?
it's not exactly hinges. It's flat steel or iron plate that's over them, but they're attached by essentially metal strips which are across them, securing them, and they're riveted directly into the stone. So you could, rather than having to cut the entire plate, you could cut down those strips on one side.
So I'm going to do that, and then when I get close, I'm going to take my hand and kind of hold the plate so that the plate doesn't clatter down, but I'm going to cut those really quickly around the edge, and then catch the plate because I have gloves, and then drop my torch and slowly let the plate down. So I don't want to make a lot of noise. I don't want to cut the thing and have it like clatter down and make all this noise. I'm trying to be as stealthy as possible, basically.
Absolutely doable. So just you don't need to make any sort of check for the cutting. It's a relatively quick thing. Just give me a stealth check and let me know which access point you're trying.
Well, I'm using one of the windows on the first floor that has this iron on it, because the way I figure, if he's going to booby trap stuff, he's going to booby trap the entrances that have been broken into, not the ones that are sealed up, is what I would think. So one of the first floor windows, I guess. So stealth. Looking for that. Skill. Here it is. There you go.
Yeah, you can. I'm going to say the easy way to do it is you have Salvo back the van up next to the building, and you just climb on top of the van and do it from there. So you've got a stable work platform, and you can easily access one of these windows. Then now would you like to go in the sort of front, the sort of big window there at the front? Or do you want to go in through one of the smaller side windows?
So my option is the very front or the sides?
Front sides, or you could go around the back either. Let me show you because I realize you've not actually got the outline of the top floor because stupidly I presumed you would be entering from the ground floor, which was a silly mistake. So you should be able to see now all the top floor windows as well, I think. They're further down. It's on the same page.
Oh. Okay. So I'll come in from the right-hand side. It's not really pinging for some reason. Let's see. I don't know how to ping.
Well, if you can't ping, just draw a mark on the window you want to go through.
Yeah, down here.
Okay, so front right-hand end, yeah.
Yeah, and so we'll go in. I'll go in that side, and I'm going to let you guys know that I'm entering from the second floor. Right? This is the second floor or the first floor?
Second floor, yeah.
It's
second
first
floor
floor in English, but second floor we're talking American.
What?
Yeah, they're weird over there on that side of the pond. They
in English, it's ground floor and then first floor. But I admit that it's mainly an American audience, so it can be
That
second.
is something I didn't know. I thought it was pretty good on a lot of these little, like, the boots and whatever else, but torch for a light. But first floor and ground floor, yeah. So
The
yeah,
first
so
floor
it's
is the first one above the ground floor. So that's
weird.
where you're at.
Okay, yeah. So the first floor, aka the second floor, and I'll let you
Which
guys know
floor
that
are we on? The ground floor or the first
We're
floor?
on the ground
you're the
floor.
base. I thought you
Okay.
guys were on the basement.
No, we're on the ground floor, I believe.
Yeah,
Okay.
You come
All
into the
right.
ground floor, but it's the first floor. We're talking American. I'm doing the translations.
All right. So yeah, so I'll
Oh,
be
fair
on the
enough,
second
fair
floor
enough.
then, and I'll just let you guys know I'm heading in, and I'll just, for simplicity's sake, say the northeast corner of the second floor.
Noted.
And I'm being so, Panda. My goal here is to be stealthy. I think the last time, like everyone I hear, I've been hearing gunshots and explosions and everything else coming in from the tunnel and all that. So my goal is to be as stealthy and as quiet as possible, and I'm trying to remain hidden as a surprise. That's my goal. So I'm very, very careful just to like sit in a place, watch, and then maybe creep forward a little bit, and then wait and watch, listen, and then maybe creep forward a little bit. So
Yeah, and you have done your stealth check, so that is duly noted.
okay.
So I'm going to presume that you sort of you do your work there, get the panel off the window, lay it down carefully on top of the van, and then give yourself a few seconds to listen for anyone you may have alerted. Then get in through the window, wait, listen, and so on. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So I will show you what you can see from there. Do you have? What's your visual situation?
Not good. So I'm not using a light because there's broken windows and things that are letting in ambient light, I figured, and so I'm letting my eyes adjust to the darkness, and just, if I was smart, I would have grabbed some night vision goggles, but apparently I didn't think of that. So I guess this is just what we're doing. But I don't want to be sitting there waving a flashlight around, because that's not going to get me anywhere.
Unfortunately, there's not that much in the way of additional light. There is. I'll show you what you can see, because you've just created some light by opening up this window that you came through.
You could always use the plasma torch as light, right?
I have a flashlight, but it's just like, if you shine a flashlight, it's gonna like beacon where your location is. So,
Oh yeah, it's more of a hey, I'm here.
yeah. So I'm trying to be stealthy. I guess I'm not really geared up for that, but there's always next time.
That
You
is
should
that
be able
lovely
to see
night
where you
light.
are.
Okay. But there are none of these other windows that are like been broken into or anything like that, letting in any light.
Everything on the upper floor is sealed up tight. It seems that whoever broke in previously was not as careful as you, or as industrious. They maybe took the lazy route and just took the closest window.
Okay.
So that's what's illuminated for you right now. If you don't have a flashlight and you want to use one, then Salo does have one that you can use. Unfortunately, it doesn't have night vision goggles you can use.
Yeah. Okay.
So
That's
that's what you're doing for the moment.
Yep.
So you nip back to down here. So the people in the pantry. Have you had time to think of what you would like to do next? You definitely heard a creaking sound outside. And, was it Jack heard a creaking sound outside and stopped you from moving forward?
Did Hijack tell Black Plague where it was coming from?
Yeah, around the corner. Seemed like.
Yeah, there's a corridor off to the right, and it came from down there.
Blackplague would carefully turn to that direction with rifle ready.
Jack's gonna like put a hand on your shoulder before you go for it and mention that the shotgun might be a little bit better for while we're inside here.
Right. I will give back Kyle his rifle and pull out my boomstick with armor piercing still in it.
Okay. Hyle slings the rifle again because his left hand is still in your bag. And follows up. So I think we're going to need some initiative rolls, please.
Oh, joy!
So that is an 8. There is a modifier you can tick for having serious wounds, but for some reason it gives you a -3 as opposed to a -2.
How weird.
That is a
17.
17, yeah.
Cool. Okay. So you all edge forwards.
So just a quick PSA, Panda, sorry to interrupt you, but if anyone's having connection issues, they can always use the cogwheel in the bottom right-hand side of the stream. And Cyberpunk etc. actually has transcoding on, so you can click that and maybe move to like a 420 or something like that, which may allow you to view this. The quality won't be as high, but it'll keep you maybe from buffering a lot if you happen to be having that issue.
Oh, that's neat to know.
Very much for that. That could be very helpful sometimes. So yeah, you guys have the advantage that you're not. You're aware that there is someone there, so you're not getting ambushed this time.
Yeah. He's just lucky I don't have the dragon's breath. I only got the dragon's fangs.
It would be nice right about now. Just set the whole building on fire.
And burn all the children alive.
That's if there's children here. Until he proves otherwise, I think this guy's sketchy.
Well, I think he's sketchy too. You could just have them all locked up in a room somewhere, but
So let's see. So Plague, what do you do? You're aware, even though you've not heard it yourself, Hyle has noted there's sound down here.
I will cautiously go to where the area is with shotgun ready.
Okay,
To
so
be
you're peeking around the corner?
I would do the whole shotgun does the peek over first before I go peek.
Okay. As you do,
Shall I roll the perception?
you don't need to roll a perception.
You need to roll an evasion.
Uh,
Oh, wait, you can't.
Unfortunately, you can't do evasion. So as you peek round the corner,
Oh, so he didn't shoot the gun first? Curses.
you see a large, menacing figure there, looking a good, 6'6", 6'8", and what are you using for light, by the way? You've got a.
I wasn't using the flashlight. I did say I basically was since I'm using the shotgun
Right.
with 2 hands, I'm not going
Okay,
to use
so
the light.
you probably actually don't see anything until there is a sudden flash and a burning pain where your hand was.
Oh my god.
He probably shot the cybernetic hand
Fuck this guy.
if he's aiming for the actual gun.
No, he's aiming for your hand. So he's
The question is which one?
your right hand.
Yeah, he shoots the cybernetic one.
That's absolutely fine. You still take damage.
True, but I'm not going to feel it as badly.
Yeah. So that is. You've got 11 armor. Oh no, you've taken some damage to it already, haven't you?
So yeah, I'm already at 9. So yep, I take 2 hits.
So you take 18 points of damage. So that's reduced to 9,
Ow!
and a further 5 points of damage from the critical, as your right hand is put completely out of action.
This is the game. This is the game when we need the solo too. It's too bad he's not here because we're getting our ass kicked, man. From
Yeah,
from
I
the
know,
shit,
he
man.
could be using his special abilities and shit.
Yeah. Oh my god.
He's here. He's just also fucked up.
Yeah. Well, no.
yeah.
So yeah, as you come around the corner, there is a flash, a report from a suppressed weapon, and your right hand, you feel bones shatter as the round goes through it, and it hangs limp. It's effectively it's dismembered, but it's still there. It's just useless.
I'm tempted to grab the actual palm of the hand and pull the thumb up the bottom of the whip just to strangle him at this point.
Oh,
I know I'm not going to do jack, but I'm pissed enough.
Yeah. So, well, what do you do? Because fortunately, the way that held actions work, he is still there. You can't actually see him because it's still pitch black out there, and you've not taken any light with you.
See where the muzzle flash is, though.
It's still your go.
Well,
Yeah, because
he shot,
you would see the muzzle flash because the suppressor sound. I don't think it also does. I mean, you can't. I don't think there's a way to suppress.
Yeah, you saw the flash. You definitely saw the flash.
well,
But you were busy getting shot in the hand when it happened.
well, this is where I'm going to do this. Since I don't have that one hand to hold the shotgun, and the shotgun's going to drop, well, microwaver, shoot, because he's close.
Where is the microwave currently?
It was basically in the back pocket of, it's like, okay,
I thought Hayal had the microwaver.
Yeah. You'd given it to
Hey?
Heil. Yeah.
okay, my bad.
Where's Heil?
Right behind Plague.
Oh, okay.
Would it be possible for me to grab it off of Heil and then shoot the guy?
Well, no, because it's an unless you have a gun like at the ready, it's an action to grab a weapon anyway.
Okay, then
That would be
that
your
one
action.
I would have pulled out my dart gun instead because I have 2 weapons. Is that knowing that he has cybernetics, I would have fried him first, if possible.
Okay, so you pull out your dart gun ready to return fire.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Heil is next. So let's see. This might be the first. Oh no, sorry, the second time this guy gets shot. So he sees you take that. So the microwaver, that just works like is it like a very heavy pistol?
It's basically it's a very heavy pistol, but he has to resist a DV-15, and it randomly fries 2 of his cybernetics.
And that's in place of damage or in addition to?
In place of damage. It doesn't do any damage.
Okay. So it's just and it's a cyber tech check, isn't it? So Heil levels the microwave at him and gets a clean shot straight towards him. You can't see any immediate effect. That doesn't mean it's not done anything. It's just, he doesn't fall over or anything.
Oh, yeah. Because it's 2 random ones which you pick where it is, basically.
Yeah, so you've not seen any effects. That doesn't necessarily mean it's not done anything. And Jack?
All right. He is going to.
By the way, Locke, if you want to roll initiative, because you can now hear gunfire from downstairs, then
Yeah.
absolutely feel free to.
He's going to use half of his movement to pop up over here to where see down the hall with his flashlight, and he is going to aim a shot at this dude's weapon. I'm gonna burn all 8 points of my luck to try and do this here.
Nice.
Okay, so the 8 points offsets
Ooh.
the 8 points for the cold shot.
Yes.
Locke is going.
I'm going first.
I mean, you can. I don't think you've
27.
got anywhere to affect them this round anyway.
No,
But,
it's fine. It's fine.
You can do whatever you want for this round.
Yeah.
And then you'll be top of the next round as well.
Go for a hijack.
So that is only a 15.
Okay. It's a very good idea, and you aim for the suppressed rifle that this guy's holding. Unfortunately, just goes wide, goes into the brickwork next to him.
All right, and then he's gonna hop back behind cover.
Cool. So, Locke, very quick upstairs. So you can have the
I'm turning on my
2 moves together now.
Yeah, so on my Kevlar vest, I'm turning on my flashlight, so it illuminates the area in front of me.
That's fine. You can do that as you're moving.
And I'm going to run down the hall to try to get to the stairs. I'm going to assume that they're just kind of as it opens up. Let me know what I see here, but.
Okay, which way are you running? Are you running south or west?
Probably south and then west.
Okay, because you're in what looks like sort of an abandoned dormitory.
Yeah.
Old
Can you show that room? Can I?
Yeah.
Now that I have my light on,
now,
can I see
now you've
what's?
got the light on. Yeah, I will stick that on for you. So that is the room that you came into. These beds are not as fresh as they look. They do have some sort of mouldy bedding on there, but you probably wouldn't want to sleep in it unless you're in a pinch. So
Is there a door there where I've kind of scribbled or not?
There is. Let me show you.
I wish my ping would work. I don't know why. Yeah.
There is a door here.
Okay.
So
So I'm
these
gonna.
are just open at either end of the room into a corridor, and you can see there's a door here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go use that door where I scribbled.
Okay, so you're cutting straight through the room. The distances should be right on this, I think. So yeah, what's your move? Was it like 5, I think?
5, yeah.
Yeah, if you run, you can easily make it to that door for 1 turn. And then since you're top of the initiative, then you get your next turn as well. So if you want to what do you do when you get to the door?
I'm going to take a feeler gauge from my tech pack or whatever. It's basically used to measure thicknesses of devices. And I pick the skinniest one that I have, and I'm going to stick it through the edge of the door, and I'm going to run it up around the edges gently, which is fine if it takes my action, just to see if I catch any tripwires or anything like that.
Okay. Give me let's call it a perception check. Or either a perception check or a basic tech check, whichever's better for you.
Tech, I would imagine. Being a tech, I still don't understand how rules work on Roll20, but I'm going to assume that basic tech is a better thing for me to do because I'm a
So
tech.
under your special
We'll talk about
skills,
the
you will
tech.
have your main tech roll.
So I see
Not sure.
technique skills, and so that's what I rolled. But I just don't know how like the math works. Like if I have to add like tech in somewhere or something. But
I don't think you would have to add tech unless you're actually making tech. That's my guess, really.
Yeah, it's different for your like special roll abilities, but for a basic tech check, it's fine. It's just like any other skill.
The
But-
only thing is, like, I would have to, for medicine, I might actually have to manually, or not manually, remember it's like, hey, add +4 to me doing paramedic stuff because I'm doing actual things with my specialty.
Okay, but fortunately, he's not using his paramedic skills on the door, so we're all good. So yeah, you have a feel around. It does take your action for this turn, but yeah, you're pretty confident there is nothing. There doesn't seem to be any sort of triggers, tripwires, anything impeding the door.
okay, yeah, that's good.
And for what it's worth, you check, and it doesn't appear to be locked either. You do that for the same check.
So for my move action, can I then like open the door and go through or whatever?
Yeah, you can open the door and see through. I'll say usually like opening the door is an action, but I'd say you can do that in place of the actual movement.
Okay, so then I'll open the door and then look down the hall. For some reason my Roll20 window keeps like closing for some reason, so I have to get back. Oh, here I found it. Okay, all right, never mind. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna open the door and kind of peer down, and I guess that's the end of my turn.
So yeah, you can see the stairs right across from you, and two other internal doors, and the one that seems to lead out to like a balcony type area.
Good. I chose her, so that's the stairs downward then, huh?
Yep. So there are stairs down
Nice.
there. Okay. So after lock, we are around to this guy.
Oh boy. Oh, question.
Now-
Did I at least see him from the few seconds of the flashlight of Hijack?
Yeah, you will have got a glimpse of him. It's the same figure that you saw before. heavily covered in whatever he's covered in.
Okay,
But
good to know.
you can now you distinctly saw the rifle that he was holding, which made such a mess of your hand and your leg, and another hand and leg, and yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right. Let's see. And he still seems to be picking his shots very carefully. So, although he's clearly a very good shot given what he's done so far, but because he's being so careful about where he aims, he tries to take out. He basically tries to go for Hyle's other hand, the one that's currently pointing a microwaver at him, and that it just he just manages to get out of the way. So that's the first.
Oh,
time.
thank goodness.
How time this guy missed. Jeez.
Well, he's been shooting a lot from ambush. It's a bit difficult for him not to. So yeah, he takes a shot and it goes well. It was going exactly where it was supposed to, but Hyle is quick enough to just does sort of a little bit of a duck, and it flies over his shoulder instead. And then he darts off towards the stairs. Let's just check something. Check distances.
So he darted off to the stairs. Great.
Okay. Lock. Someone's coming up the stairs. And we're around to Hyle. He's not a happy bunny.
I'll let Kyle pursue him because shit.
Moves to the corner here, realizes that in his little dash he's not going to get far enough. He doesn't get beat on the guy, so he takes some cover at the corner there. Okay, and we're at Plague next.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing a lovely medical on my hand first with a -4
Ouch.
because he took out my medical scanner. So that's
An 18 is
18.
still enough to you whip out some essentially gauze and packing material and jam it into your hand. It hurts. It hurts like fuck. But you know it's for a good cause, and that by sticking all that stuff in there, it's staunching blood flow and it's stopping those bone fragments from moving around all over the place and cutting you up further.
Yeah. Use the
So-
flashlight to find that hand.
The hand is still there. It's just not going to be in usable condition for.
Oh no, I'm taking the hand, so it's like it's on the belt. I will put this on later, or at least get a new hand. A new arm
Yeah.
to. Oh, I'm gonna have to need a new arm to install this stuff all over again.
Yeah, unfortunately, because you use it for some people with cybernetics, they can just turn off tactile sensation. Uh, because you use it for delicate procedures like medical procedures, you need it as sensitive as possible. So you got the same sort of pain feedback as if that had been your actual hand.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm hating this guy even more.
And Jack, come on, buddy, you can do it.
He moves like a sloth, so about right here is all he's going to be able to get to.
You can definitely move further than that. Hang on.
Yeah, actually, you know what?
You can move further than that, but also it's worth mentioning. You do remember I mentioned if you could get to that room to the right of the pantry where you came in, then if you wanted to, you would be in range of that access point.
All right. Let's try and head.
Cause I ain't gonna lie, Black Plague is basically out of commission for combat. He's gonna be the hey, I used the light source to actually flash him open. That's all I can do.
Okay. Let's see.
So you can do that with your movement, and then you're within range of that access point that's above you.
Okay, so if I go all the way down to here, right? Or are you
Yeah.
saying right where I'm at?
Where you are currently, you can get there with a single move, and then you can get to that access point.
Okay. Then that is what I'm going to do. I'm not sure exactly where the closest point is, if you don't mind putting me there. And we'll go ahead and jack in.
You jack in. Give me a so it's Pathfinder first, is it?
Yeah, so I'm
See
going to
where
go
you
ahead
are.
and boot up my programs and make a Pathfinder. Oh, goodness.
Oh no.
Not very good.
Yeah, you can see that there's a password on the first level where you are. That's all you can see at the minute.
Okay. Well, I think he would try another Pathfinder check just to see what's better, what else he can. That would be his turn.
Go ahead.
Third
Yeah,
action.
another Pathfinder. This is a very simple architecture. There is literally password, and once you're past it, there are electrical systems for the building. So there is some sort of generator. There is lighting, and that's about it. And then there are files.
Okay. Yeah, that's my turn.
Cool. And we're back to Locke. You're first, my friend.
So Pyro, I haven't been attacked yet, just so you know. So I'm gonna try to stealth. Because I hear the pounding up the stairs. I'm gonna try to move stealthily up to the stairs and prepare my attack action. Am I able to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So give me a stealth check.
Okay. I'm going to burn 3 points of luck on this roll.
Potentially
Skills. And
I'm
sort
going to
of stealth.
suggest that you have the sense to turn the light off as well.
Yeah. Thank you. It's part of being stealthy is not having a. So can I see if there's no? Is there any light coming in from anywhere here?
Not really. There's the light from that window that you broke in the far corner that you broke in through, but that's not very much. Because you're at about 2:30 a.m. now.
Oh, I had a fun idea, a fun suggestion. You could totally put that light down on the floor away from you, so as soon as you're there.
Your call,
It's an
buddy.
interesting idea. I could leave it in the doorway and then move next to the stairs. So there is still light over there, but I'm not where the light is. So I can still see the stairs, but not be where that is.
You can absolutely try that. So, yep.
And so basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to ready my action so that as soon as I hear someone kind of coming up the stairs, I'm going to whip around and do a strike. So Panda, do I think this is going to work? Like, am I mean, there's a light that's on there. This guy is running up the stairs.
It can potentially work. You've got seconds to evaluate it, so it is an idea.
All right, I'll give it a shot. I'm going to go ahead and roll my...
There's no reason it couldn't work.
Yeah. Here's my stealth. And with, what did I say, 3 points of luck? Can't remember how much luck I said.
Points.
Okay, so that makes it 22.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm going to hide next to the stairs, like right here.
Put yourself
not right there, but so I'm ready basically to, vault over the stairs and smash him in the face. Basically, just as soon as he gets right up where I can hit him, I'm going to take a bone breaking, or I'm going to use a bone breaking strike.
Cool. Right. So that was your go. This guy. You hear his feet pounding up the stairs, and then suddenly there is a crash from over here, and a metallic clank as some form of canister whizzes up the stairs, crashes into this door, comes off, and lands about here. So you need to make me some form of check. Let's see what it is. He's thrown a flashbang up the stairs, basically.
Okay.
Stupid, you cannot have him.
Looks like Panda froze.
Yeah, so we can give him a second
Panda.
to pop back up. I guess I should have thrown one myself down the stairs, but I just not having night vision or any way to see in the dark was stupid. I feel like, how did we not think of that? Like, we're chasing the guy through the sewers and we're all running around with fucking flashlights, like, oh my God.
To be fair, we just did come after him throughout the whole thing as we were still continuing with the whole Fresh
Yeah, but we're
off
going
of
into like
presentation
dark
method.
houses and stuff. Like just having some way to see in the dark would have like been a good idea. We didn't think of it at the time.
Yeah, it was
Which
more
is
that we didn't
really
plan
making this
that one
tough
out.
for us right now.
Yeah, somehow all our plans seem to go to shit.
Yeah.
We had everything all planned out, how to capture this dude, and then we forget. Oh wait, he's going in the sewers. Maybe we should probably fix ourselves for that. Nope, we don't even bother.
Yeah. I wonder we're gonna have to roll for this flashbang thing. Ah, dear. I'm assuming he's reconnecting. So I guess you can dodge out of the way. It's assumed that you dodge out of the way. It doesn't say it actually moves you. So,
Yeah, I assume that you can dodge it. It's just that it's tricky because
yeah, you can
flash.
dodge grenades. So I guess I guess Panda would have figured out how he rolled to hit me without being able to see me, but that's fine.
Yeah,
It's next to me.
Yeah, with grenades, it's your athletic skill for throwing it, and you use the DV chart of grenade launcher. Unless the person's reflex obviously is 8 or higher, they can try to evade it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He
so I'll
said
try
resist drugs torture is what he wants you to roll, but I believe if you've got evasion, you can definitely still try to roll that.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to try to evade it for sure because I have evasion, or
What kind of
or
grenade did he
whatever.
throw at you?
A
A
flashbang.
flashbang.
Oh, yeah, and then you'll have to do the resist. You can try to dodge it, try to evade that shit, and then if you fail that, then it's that resist torture and drugs DV to see if you suffer the ear and eye critical injuries.
Yeah. So how do I do that then to
So
evade?
evasion is a skill that you'll also have.
Yeah.
Okay, let me check.
Looks
Okay,
like
so let me roll.
Panda's trying to connect, but he's having video issues, so
Okay.
we'll just have to give him a minute.
Yeah, that's fine. Let me find
It's under
evasion here.
fighting skills.
Okay. Ranged weapon, awareness, body, education, fighting. Okay, there we go. So I'm going to burn my other. Let's see. Sheet. My other 1 point of luck, I guess, that I have. And I'm going to evade.
Yeah, it seems like he's still trying to connect. If he has no luck connecting, we might have to just leave it on this cliffhanger here.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I mean, it is. Yeah,
It just
sucks.
It sucks to leave it when you're this close to what seems like at least the end. You caught up, and I don't know. It sucks to leave on a cliffhanger. Come back next session and finish that up within 10 minutes.
Give him a couple minutes here to get back.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely keeping that roll.
Oh yeah.
Was that a 31 to evasion? If that doesn't evade, I don't know what does.
Yeah, that's you should be able to evade that grenade throw with that.
kick it back. Fuck you.
The thing with grenades, though, remember that I believe it covers like a 10 meter by 10 meter area, something to that effect. Double check that, or maybe it's 5 by 5, but I think it's 10 by 10. I'm not sure, but it might be 5 by 5 with flash grenade. I don't know. But
Is flash just a light or is it a light and a sound?
Light and sound, because you get both ear and eye critical injury if you fail to resist and torture. But my point being here though is if you evade it, you're getting far enough away from it that it doesn't fuck you up, right? But if it covers a 5 by 5 meter area or 10 by 10 meter area, that kind of matters, because if you evade it, you kind of need to be outside of that area on the map. You know what I mean? Like you should
Yeah. Well, I mean, couldn't
Like, did you
couldn't
jump down
you
the
like?
stairs, or did you dive off to the side over the railing? Like, you know what I mean? However it plays out.
Well, I'm just curious. How would a flashbang affect somebody who like was plugging their ears and blocking their eyes? You know.
Yeah. Well,
How does?
I think that's maybe that's part of the evade. Maybe you don't have to jump out of the way of a flash, but you see it coming and you're
Yeah.
able to kind of turn your head, close your eyes, and cover your ears real quick. Maybe that's that version of evade, and you don't necessarily have to move out of the way. A frag, you definitely have to like jump
Oh
out of
yeah,
the way.
100%.
Yeah, but but however that role plays out, I like that idea though. I like, with a flash, you totally could just cover your eye, cover your ears and eyes if you're quick enough. If you make the proper
Yeah.
evasion, if your reflex is high enough and you can pull it
Yeah, it's
off.
definitely one of those things that probably goes down to the. Is the GM feeling nice today?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I saw him pop up for a second. I don't. He's gone again. But so what do we have coming up for Cyberpunk Uncensored this week, Rob?
Yeah,
Since we got you
tomorrow.
here.
Yeah, tomorrow we've got Night City Live, which is basically it's going to be a random ongoing episode sort of thing about Night City. Tomorrow, it's me and a couple other game masters. I think it's one of the guys from Night City Stories that runs games over there, and then Joseph, Tormented Gnome of Do Not Peak Entertainment, and myself, and we're going to talk about places, things, and services in Night City that aren't already covered in the book. Obviously, not typical lore, but just generally speaking, what types of places you might see around in different parts of Night City, and services and things you might run into. Just kind of like to help GMs and players get a better feel for Night City during the time of Red. And then I've got my weekly ongoing Wednesday, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time right here on Twitch. That's with Team Nameless. They're just getting ready to break into Neocorp called Source, their server room, and drop off a virus for Ziggurat before Rockland can find out that they gave them information and stuff. And then I think later in the week I might be doing the first episode of Deep Dive, which is going to be about all the different roles. And we, instead of like my breakdown going over role abilities, these deep dives are more about life path options, archetypes, and preferred skills, and just all the different ways that you can play the different roles. I think the first one might be about the tech, and I might be bringing in Trina, the character from Wandering DM, but I'm not sure exactly who's scheduled. I need to double check that. And then Saturday is my ongoing one-shot, featuring a lot of cool people like Steve from Sirenscape, Terabella, Pondsmith, which is Cody's wife, and a few other friends, GM Jack, Rothan. So it's a lot of fun. That's at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time this Saturday.
Always a good watch.
Yeah, and anybody watching, definitely join the Cyberpunk Uncensored Discord, and we have a events calendar channel, and you can click on that. I try to keep that updated. So you can click on that calendar and see all the different GMs when they're streaming, all the different interviews, just anything live that you need to tune in. And then if you miss any of the live shit, just go to the YouTube channel, Cyberpunk Uncensored on YouTube, and check out the playlists. I try to keep everything kind of organized so you don't have to like go through all the videos. But check out the playlist. I have Red 2020, different GMs, all that stuff. I'm getting ready to get that a bit more organized. Hey, Panda's back. All right. There you go. Take over.
Welcome back. If you're muted, we can't hear you, Panda.
Hopefully you can now hear me.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, thank fuck for that. Sorry
Welcome
about
back,
that.
sir. No worries.
I tried everything, but it was the entire house connection that went down as well. I tried the laptop, I tried the tablet, and just no internet was anywhere to be found.
Oh, good, man. Well, you're
Right.
back. We can hear you. We can see you. And I just rolled a heroic evasion, and with a roll of 31.
Oh. Okay.
And we were trying to think about, like, with the flashbang for evade, if you can, kind of cover your eyes and your shut your eyes and hold over your ears if you happen to see it and not move, or do I have to move a certain distance, or how would that work? Do you
I
think?
don't think you can evade it, can you?
Oh, you can definitely evade grenades for sure.
Yeah, that was what we were a little curious about, because I don't believe there's explicit rules on evading flashbangs specifically. I think it's just the
It's
general
just the resist
grenade.
torch and drugs.
Oh, but grenade area effects, though. I mean, the flashbang only does what it does within so many meter radius. So, but under
absolutely.
grenade,
So
super
where's
frag grenade blows up, and it blows up in a 20-foot square cube. You can supposedly avoid that.
really?
Yeah, you can. You can evade grenades. You can evade if your reflex is 8 or higher. You can evade, and that's depends on it's GM discretion how you want to pull it off. But typically, like frag, I make them dodge out of the way, out of the radius or whatever. With flash, I think it was Hijack that suggested, can't you just cover your ears and close your eyes if you successfully evade? And that's kind of true, because a flash you don't really have to like get out of the way. You just need to not hear it or see it. So I don't know.
Absolutely.
GM discretion.
So if you've got the reflex 8 to be dodging bullets, then that applies the same to grenades then.
But I definitely do. That was the idea with this guy, to be able to dodge shit. So, I rolled a 31 if that helps.
Yep. So the grenade comes up, and you, whatever it is that you do from that position, you turn your back on it, put your jacket over your head, whatever you have to do, but you don't take any ill effects from the grenade. You certainly feel the concussion as it goes off and blasts through the room, but you don't take any ill effects.
Sweet.
What you do notice, actually, is the sound of screams and general sounds of shock coming through this way.
All right.
You can see that ping. So coming through that door, you hear multiple. Not going to make you roll for it. They sound childlike.
Okay. All right.
So that
tense moment.
That is the effect there. And I'm sorry that took about 20 minutes to resolve while my technology was
That's all good, man.
Yeah. Okay. I think in all my closing and opening things, I've lost my turn order there.
I'm back. What happened?
A grand total of nothing. A grenade was thrown, and it affected Locke in no way whatsoever.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
So we're now on to Heil, I think, will be next. So he heard what happened there, so he's been a little on the cautious side. But he moves up the stairs and then is surprised to run right into the back of the guy who he was following. He didn't think he'd be this close. Let's see what happens. Actually, it's not the assault rifle, it's the microwaver, isn't it? And unfortunately, he's a little taken aback as he... Is it a heavy pistol or a very heavy?
It's a very heavy pistol.
Very. So it only gets one shot. Yeah. Unfortunately, he misses the guy. He comes around the corner, is surprised to see him there, but readies the pistol, and the guy just elbows and knocks the barrel aside, and the microwave blast goes into the wall harmlessly.
I would ask, does it fall where Black Plague could see it?
No, he's not. He's not disarmed him. He just deflected the blow. It deflected the shot. And as he's doing that, he just blurts out. So he deflects it and just shouts right in Hyle's face. No! They're mine! And then it's Plague.
Yeah, since he's gonna start screaming, "No, they're mine," I'm gonna go Black Plague punch. With my brawling,
Okay.
because he just armed me. Literally.
Okay.
So that is a 13.
I'm confused. How are you brawling with him?
I have at least one hand.
Yes, but he's currently upstairs and you're downstairs.
Oh, okay, never mind. I would basically go as close as possible to.
Not to scare, dude, but traditionally, to punch someone, you have to be relatively close.
Okay, then I will go follow after and use flashlight to flash the guy to make him visible. So I don't know Locke is up there, but at least he's got a light source.
Yeah, okay. So you're following up. What's your speed?
My speed is 5. I mean, my movement is 5. So
Okay, so you get to this corner and you can see Hyle has. You'd seen Hyle sprint up the stairs, and then he's stopped there. You can quite plainly see he's in combat with the guy.
yeah, I'm just gonna use the flashlight to basically illuminate the guy where I see where Kyle is, and then illuminate the guy who's in front of him. I'm guessing.
Okay, cool. Well, he's around the corner from you, so you can't actually see him, but you can see that Hyle is fighting with someone, so you presume it's the person you've chased in here.
Yeah.
And Jack.
All right. First things first, I'm gonna use my worm to do a little backdoor action. Giggity.
Mm-hmm. Go for it, buddy.
That's a +2.
Oh my.
Very nice. You easily rip into these files.
All right.
There's not much else to do in here. There's the files, and then there's the electrical systems.
Okay, I'm gonna ID the files with my second net action.
The files are a collection of sort of administrative records, and there are some video files, and there's a lot of expensive editing software also unusually on this machine.
Yeah, he's definitely gonna like raise an eyebrow, and think that maybe his hunch was kind of in the right direction. But he's gonna go ahead and copy all those files to it's got some memory chips, so he's gonna copy that down.
Cool. And that's your third and I think last net action for the round. Is that right?
Yeah.
It's a shame you can't turn on the
Cool.
lights as a fourth action.
Right, down to one more chip. I've got this was the Sunny Meadows, right? Is this what's called?
Yep, Sunny Meadows.
Sunny Meadows file data.
Hyle. Oh no, sorry, we're not round to Hal yet. Stupid me. Lock.
I am going to continue to wait.
Okay.
Same held action.
Yep. Wait for him to come around the corner, and then I'm going to, as soon as I see him over the scaffolding, I'm going to move here and do a bone breaking strike.
Cool. You can hear a lot of commotion on the stairs beneath you, so you know you've got a fairly good idea who's there, even if you weren't in communication with the other guys. Now, this camoed up guy lashes out into Heil. He basically throws his palm into Heil's Adam's apple.
Poof.
Ooh, that kind of hurt.
Oh, man. Right. Shit. So Heil takes a pretty bad blow, and it wasn't actually a cold shot, so he tries to deflect the blow downwards, but it goes into his collarbone, let's call it, and splinters it. So Heil now has a foreign object walking around in his chest cavity as well.
And I can't really give a full diagnostic on that because, yeah.
And he's looking very worse for wear as the guy reaches back and sees that he's struggling and plants a boot right in the center of his chest.
Wait, is Kyle doing this, or is he doing this to Kyle?
This is his second attack on Heil.
Ow.
Yep.
The good news is it's not another critical. The bad news is that foot just crumples the front of Heil's ribcage.
Oh my god.
And he goes back into the wall and just slumps straight down it into an unconscious heap on the floor.
My only question is, we all have that trauma team, right?
You do.
Covered. How bad is Kyle? Because I think that would trigger as soon as it hit 0.
Well, it only triggers if you've got it linked to, say, a biomonitor. Otherwise, it has to be activated. And he doesn't have a biomonitor.
I am tempted to
He's
use mine.
He's not activating it. He's not activating it. He's not here. He's not activating it.
So, yeah, that's his go. And then he steps up, basically he's standing over Heil's body and roars down the stairs into your face, Blade. Just screams at you. Leave! Take him with you, and he lives. Don't you all die today. And you can now see, because he's right up in front of you, this is a towering guy. And while he's armored up significantly, you can see evident severe cybernetics. It doesn't look. It looks basically like he's artificial from the waist down, at the very least.
would it be safe to say that he's closer to being a cyber psycho?
Well, would you say he's behaving rationally?
He's definitely irrational.
But then at the same time, he seems to know what he's doing, and he hasn't been. He's been very restrained in trying not to kill anybody thus far.
That is true. My only question is he possible for me to say something to him before he walks
Oh,
away from my face?
It's your turn. He's stood there in front of you. He does not seem to be afraid of you.
Well, obviously, he disarmed me, literally.
You have your darkroom.
Yes, but I'm using my flashlight to kind of see him.
Oh yeah, you only have one hand. Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
So, go on. What? It's your turn. What do you do?
I would probably, since I do have a bio monitor on my character, would I be able to access it through my cybernetic eye to just go like call in a trauma team, basically?
If you want to call in trauma team, you can just do that. You each got given a it's like a life alert bracelet, which just has there's a thing on it that you twist and it activates. If you have a biomonitor, it can be linked straight to that. Or if you have anything but the basic level that you guys have, they supply a biomonitor anyway, and it also activates. But if you want to bring in trauma team, you can do that.
From my look of how beat up Kyle is, I think it's needed. But yes, I will give that one of the call a trauma team through my biomonitor, and I'll ask them, why are you kidnapping kids?
Okay, so you twist the signal emitter on your trauma team wristband. You know that they should be on their way. Their maximum response time that they quote within Night City is 5 minutes, but you know it's nowhere near as long as that normally. They're very. They charge a lot of money, but in return they offer a very good service.
Oh yeah.
And you ask him, and he just roars back in your face. I'm kidnapping no one. I'm returning kidnapped children.
Wait,
And that's your
you're
go.
returning kidnapped children?
Yep, 3 seconds. That is your turn. So we were. Let's play Jack.
Okay. You said there was generators on this level too, right? Generators and lights.
There are generators for the building. You can see the generators are currently running. All the lights are currently off.
Okay. Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and just flip the lights on, and then out loud just yell out into the hall, um, towards his teammates. Guys, I don't know what the fuck to make of this, but I think we should stand down.
Okay, you do so.
That's my turn. And then jacking out, obviously, because lights come on.
They're pan and freeze again.
Uh-oh.
So I'm gonna text. Well, I don't know how much speech we can.
Yeah, we're in a predicament here.
I know that Black Plague would be able to see it in his cybernetic eye if it's a text message, but it's more of a, yeah, predisposed by this guy in my face.
I mean, he said it over audio, so you can hear him in your earpiece. And we all heard him in the earpiece. So I wonder. So we'll give Panda a moment to reconnect. Looks like he's getting back in pretty quick anyway. I mean, my character's up here, so it's not my turn yet, but I guess I'll continue to hold my action. I was hoping he was going to go up the stairs. I mean, apparently he's happy to beat all you guys up. So it's gonna
No kidding, man.
keep putting you guys through the ringer here. So, I wonder how long it's going to take for the trauma team to get here. But at least we can, Heil will be taken care of for that. We'll let Medic pay the bill if there is any. If he wanted to call them. So, Panda's saying he's trying to reconnect, I think.
Worst comes to worst, we may have to cliffhanger this one. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see if he gives us a heads up or anything on what he's doing. So do you have anything going on, Jedi? Do you do any streaming or anything like that, or?
Man, I don't really do streaming. I don't really do social media like that or anything. I was thinking of potentially starting up like a little Twitch gaming stream of little computer games I play and stuff, but nothing currently, man.
Nice. It's definitely fun, man. What kind of computer games do you like to play?
I like to play a lot of survival game, stuff like that. Right now I'm playing this one game called Unreal World. Actually a really old game. It's set in Iron Age Finland. It's just a survival game. It's a roguelike, that term. Yeah, I've been putting a lot of time in that.
Okay. Cyberpunk Uncensored, Rob mentioned that he may just want to go ahead and cliffhang it because we're getting a little late as it is.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
we have
I will not lie.
stretched.
I will kind of need to get myself ready for work tomorrow in the morning.
Okay. Well, let's. I don't know if Rob wants to come in and do the sign out. Either that or we can do it. Are you here, Rob? I see your little light. Nice.
Yeah, I just got back.
So yeah,
we can. Sorry. No, I was gonna say we can cliffhang it and leave it. We're passing the 5th hour. I've got a team meeting at 4 in the Cyberpunk Uncensored Discord, anyways, and yeah, I wanted to mention too in our Discord we started up this Scream Sheet channel, and we're gonna be putting out these custom Scream Sheets, both censored and uncensored. So we'll have options for all ages or adults, but. They'll be very useful to GMs and players. Just lots of good fun stuff that you can get into. So people should check that shit out too. But yeah, did anybody else, Locke, did you give yourself a plug too? I know nobody else here really streams and stuff, but do you want to give yourself a plug?
Yeah, I haven't yet. So I'm Burrow's Forge. I do blacksmithing, beekeeping, falconry, and mead brewing on Twitch. This is a piece that we had just finished up not too long ago. This is a bottle opener, and then I also make some knives. This is one that we're actually going to finish up from a rasp. So I do all these things live on Twitch. You can find me at everything is at Burrow's Forge, which is Twitch, at Burrow's Forge, Instagram, and YouTube. I stream on Tuesday nights and Thursday nights at about 6 or 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and also on Saturdays at 9:30-ish Eastern Standard Time in the morning. And then, of course, hang out with the friends here for the games on Sundays. So that's me.
All right, cool. Well, yeah, then we'll go ahead and wrap it up. I see Panda saying he's still having trouble getting back in there. I can see him trying to connect, and there's lots of issues, and that's fine. We can, like I said, we'll leave it on a cliffhanger. Anybody that's interested, we run this game, GM Reservoir Panda, every Sunday, 10 a.m. It starts Pacific Standard Time. So you can come in, that's 1 a.m. Eastern. And we'll leave it on that cliffhanger. So next Sunday, a week from today, you can get back into this story and finish it up. And yeah, I see you in the chat saying you're kind of new to the channel, so you have a lot of content ahead of you. Yeah, we have lots of GMs, lots of gameplay. I know just personally, I've got months of teams that I've run and stuff, plus the ongoing one-shots, and then we have all the other cool stuff.
Moments.
All
What
great
was that?
content for sure.
What was that? Sorry, I missed it.
Oh, I said, and lots of fun moments.
Oh, yeah. And fun stuff like this where we just kind of wing it when we're having connection problems. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. And like I said, tomorrow we've got Night City Live. I think that's at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Wednesday is my weekly ongoing, so you can tune in there, 6 p.m. Pacific Standard. And then this Saturday, back to 4 p.m. Pacific Standard is the one shot.
What would that be in Eastern Time?
I'm just 3 hours ahead of that. So
okay.
yeah, that'd be 7 p.m. for the 4 p.m. shows, and 9 p.m. for the 6 p.m. shows. But I've got that schedule here on Twitch. You can see it down there in the next stream. Plus, like I said, we got the ongoing calendar in the Cyberpunk Uncensored Discord. So everybody should join that so you don't miss any of the live streams from all the different shit we do. So, all right, thanks guys for playing, and thanks everybody for tuning in. Take care.
Yeah, thanks for having us, brother.
Yeah, thanks, Rob.
Later, all.
Easy, guys.